you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You wanna get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skibidi-bidi-da-ba-do. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo. Kudileo.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Batileo.
Spoon
Beseku.
Spoon TV, Spoon
Barabadeba.
Spoon
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Besekua. Kudileo. Kudileo.
Total Spoon to get your information. Total Spoon to be part of the discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Total Spoon to get your information. Total Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you batileo.
Spoon TV, Spoon.
Yes, what you batileo.
Spoon
Beseku.
Spoon TV, Spoon
Barabadeba.
Spoon
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Besekua, kudileo. Kudileo.
Okay, so to spoon to get your information, to know exactly what's happening in Liberia, what's happening in the ministries, the agencies. This is where you get authentic information about all the major happenings in the country. I like to say welcome to another fascinating show. Spoon Talk is where Liberians gather every single day to bring themselves up to speed with the happenings in the country. And we always live across the internet on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. And for the radio, we're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric 101.1. and Super 95.5 FM as well. Thanks to all the radio stations across the country that are always relaying this program. As a matter of fact, we've been relayed on several community radio stations, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, um, Trust FM in Bowman County. We're also live on Trend Radio in Grand Creek County and Premier FM in Bone County. Thanks to Punch FM that sometimes relays the program as well. And of course, we're here tonight with another edition of the much anticipated Spoon Talk. My name is Nelson Colette, and we have Mr. Dwalu already with us in studio. We'll bring Mr. Dwalu on as well uh, as we try to get going. Let's see if we can bring him on. But lots of things happening in the country. We will bring you some of those trending issues here as we move on with the show this evening. Let me bring on Mr. Dwalu. Mr. Dwalu, it's good to have you on, sir. Welcome to the
Thank
show.
you, Nelson. Thank you for having me on the show. Welcome to our audience. It's another day to talk about Liberia and to keep fighting to make this country a little better than we met it, a little better for our children, but most importantly, a little better for the now, for the present. Once again, man, from across the country, you're welcome to Spoon Network. We are doing the people's business. It's a serious business. It's a superior business, and we pray this country does better. Because if Liberia does better, we all do better. That's our goal, to get Liberia doing better, so the Liberian family can grow and do better. Once again, man, you're welcome.
Okay. Yes. So just before giving it back to Mr. Dwalu, as usual, we want to go ahead and touch on a little bit of the trending issues. As you know, Mr. Dwalu, the issue that has to do with the reduction in the price of rice is something that a lot of people have been concerned about. So many people have been talking on this issue. 25 cents have been reduced from the price of the 25 kg rice in the country. And that's one of the trending issues. As you know, rice is everybody's business. And once it has to do with rice, it catches the attention of the typical Liberian man. And so that's one of the trending issues right now. A lot of people are talking about. And then the next one has to do with this confirmation hearings that have been going on. Lots of public officials who were nominated by the president have had their confirmation hearings. Some of those ministers have already started working. The likes of the Minister of Health, Dr. Louise Maple Poto, Foreign Minister, and a lot more. Even the police IG, all of those officials have started working. And as they started work, then the issue of asset declaration came into the picture. That's a conversation that Liberians are having as well with respect to where those public officials stand when it comes to the asset declaration, which is required by law for those officials of government to declare the asset before taking office. That's another issue. Electricity is a major concern. The conversation has been going on in several quarters across the country. Liberians are concerned based on the fact that the electricity is being rationed now in the country. They do power sharing. One community has the electricity at a time, another community is off. As we speak, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Liberians that are in the dark due to the power sharing that is going on. So a lot more about that, more details coming up when the CEO and the rest of the team come up on the show. They will dive into some of those issues as well. And so payroll audit is another thing that has sparked conversation across the country as well. Well, some see it as a witch hunt, while others see this whole payroll audit as a very good thing. Well, the current administration have decided to embark on that. One of the areas that have been a major point of concentration has been the Ministry of States for Presidential Affairs, when the one of the ministers, Anthony Colonel Kratopa, disclosed that about 730 people were non-civil servants that were on supplementary payrolls. So that has sparked a debate about payroll audits, whether or not it is something that has to do with witch hunt or it is geared towards making the system better. Those are debates that Liberians are having as well. I just thought to go through a few of those issues. Mr. Dwalu, you want to come in and maybe I
Yeah.
should give it back to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Nelson. And I want to say thank you very much for that, Smith. I appreciate it. And I want to say this. I want to speak very briefly. Francine, welcome to the show. As it relates to this issue of asset declaration, I remember when the law was passed, the senators were sitting there and said, listen, look, I don't know what we do in Liberia. I don't know why we continue to run this country into the ground deliberately because we are trying to appease people. How difficult it is to tell an appointed official or minister, listen, we are not going to go through with your confirmation. You are not going to be confirmed until you present your asset and they're declared and made public. This is a simple task, but we intentionally, almost every single time, this country, we intentionally allow people to circumvent the laws of this country, and then we expect the system to work. People are not declaring their asset because the legislature allowed this to pass. You cannot be pussyfooting around when it comes to the issue of governance. This is not a joking matter. I don't know how hard it is for people to understand this. The concept of governance is a forceful issue. It is not a selective issue. It is not a piecemeal issue. It is an issue of the people's business. Anything that stagnates the growth of this country has to be addressed directly, without any compulsion of any kind, without any hesitation, without any care of any kind, whether how anybody feels about it. But yet and still, every single time we call child to people because we try to appease. Publish your assets, declare your assets, or you do not get confirmed. Period. And it's throw the person outside. This is what a responsible senator would do. But once again, I don't know what they're doing, man. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show.
Dwalu, hello. Stanton, hello. Nelson, how you doing? It's good to be here
Hello.
today.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I'm doing
Mhm.
good from my end, and everything is okay here. Liberia
That's
is moving on gradually, and this is where we are.
that's good. I like like everybody else. I probably like on the show. We think about like beer all the time. It's just something you sleep with, you wake up with. And I was just thinking about it's about time that uh, we hold people responsible, like the entire country. It's like the mindset of everybody is just to steal, kill, and destroy, like we say in church. It's like everybody just want to take away, just take, take, take. It's like I want to hold everyone responsible. I'm not going to hold. Before I used to think, okay, let's hold the people of power responsible, like maybe the legislature. But if you're sitting down there, you're getting free money, you're not getting paid. Why should you do that? If you're on a payroll system where you know that this money is coming to you by funny means, illegal means, why should you accept it? You know, why should you? Oh, I don't know. It's just it's bad. It's bad. But anyway, we'll begin the show. We will start the show. It was supposed to be a snowy day over here, so but it's turned out that it's good. We've been having a bad forecast for snow all day yesterday, but it's okay.
Oh, okay, okay. So,
Yes.
here today for the first time in a long time, we experienced a little bit of rain. It was somewhere around the morning hours that we experienced a little bit of rain. It was just drizzling a bit, and then after that, it subsided. And but interestingly, when it started to rain, I saw I saw a lot of people were a bit excited. They say, "Oh, rain coming for, and we come and get we come and get stable
But we
electricity."
need to read though. The dust is
Yeah, let me
crazy.
bring you Mrs. Honey.
We need to read. The dust is crazy out here. We just need some read to get rid of some of this dust because everywhere, man, it clogs your throats, it clogs your lungs, your nose, it's everywhere. in the capital city of the Republic of Liberia. Dust everywhere from cars, and we got work to do, man. The other things here, a lot of work to do. You know,
Well, gotta hold everybody responsible. I was listening to you earlier, how, people are just getting confirmed whether they declare the asset or not. But it's almost like a huge awareness that needs to go on because it's the mindset. It's our mindset. Why would you want a job when you can't declare your assets?
Yeah.
When you know that it's a requirement? Why would you want to break the law? Why would you want to accept money illegally? Why would you want to pass a little piece of paper to somebody to say, please confirm me, you my relative, you my friend, I will give you brown envelope? Why do you, yeah, why do you want to go through all of those crooked, or how would you call it, crooked business, why can't you just use your merit, what you know, your experience, yourself?
That's the friend saying, if it's a meritocracy, most people that have been appointed would not be there, first and foremost. There's another thing, too. Look, I don't blame the people that are not declaring their asset. I blame the senators by allowing this to move forward. And I believe the people that are appointing them, they should set a strict standard. Look, listen, and Mr. Stanton Weatherspoon, you've agreed to become the chief brouhaha on Spoon when we appoint you. These are the requirements. Before you go for confirmation, I want to see the package. It is that simple. This is not a negotiation. You bring it within a week, or I'll recall your name. I don't know. For me, I don't understand. Some things I just don't get it.
But Dwaludo is on both ends. I think in Stanton, you can please feel free to jump in. You got a new TV in your house because we can see the TV now. Before
you want me to jump in now after you took 30 minutes discussing among yourself?
Yeah, I recognize
you. Jump in after you took 30 minutes discussing among yourself.
I recognize you.
Go ahead, you talk. You go ahead and talk.
You got new TV. You got see in the background now because
it's not a new TV. It's the same position.
Position because before you used to be looking up somewhere watching TV.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I mean, you go ahead and do your own talking because when I'm ready, I need no interruption.
Okay.
You have all the time talking. You fail to recognize me, as a matter of fact.
No problem.
It's okay. It's all right.
You get a witness, it will recognize it.
You fail to recognize me. It's okay. I'm good. To tell you the truth, I am good.
Talk? Why you put Spoon Talk there? You put a real need it.
You know, you got me. You got me all I want.
I'm trying to tell you after the giant, after other people.
No problem, Dwalo. I know where you slept at last night, Dwalo. Don't let her go in there.
Okay.
No problem. No problem. I know where you slept at. But Dwalo, let me say this: Dr. Richardson, hi to all of our audience and fans out there. We will remain faithful to the truth because this will help make Liberia better. Our country is in a bad place, folks. It's in the worst place it have ever been. I will say this to you. Dwalo, let me just take piece of the conversation from your end. The Senate, as early as it is, have failed the Liberian people. I'm not talking about the representative. I'm talking about the Senate where people go in for confirmation. The executive branch appoint, and the Senate should confirm.
Yeah.
According to the law. But Dwalu, your brother get job, my sister get job. On your committee, you are the chair. You will confirm my sister for me to confirm your brother. It's interest.
Maybe if they excuse
let me finish, Dr. Richardson. I asked not to be interrupted. I beg you, Dr. Richardson.
Go ahead.
Talking. I know we start the show here, so let me close my boy. You do your thing.
No, I was just suggesting something, but it's okay.
I would say this. The Senate have turned to be a family cycle, family reunion. On a serious note, and it is so sad because we have faith in some of them. We believe that some of them are going to come and do the right thing. But it's a family reunion. It's a political party family reunion. And you know what CDC folks are saying? We agree with everything you say because you brought this thing to call we agree. So anybody you bring, sedition senators say we pass them. The good, the bad, and the ugly. We
But
pass
they
them
don't
all.
step-
Because you got the government. Since they don't say you will revert, he have never reverted. He's still waiting for they don't to revert. Some Boucher say, I will go ahead and do this. Senators are reaching out to me and said the Senate have turned into a pay to play. Have you seen anyone that was sent by the executive? Have they rejected anyone? I stand to be corrected, my fellow Liberians. Have they rejected anyone? Nancy, please check the sound. Or that person that's saying they're having sound problem, they can check the radio. Have they rejected anyone, my fellow Liberians? When we can't talk, then they say, hey man, it's too early. It's too early for what? We fought to bring in 11 senators. Some of them, we didn't fight for them, but we fought because we needed the reform. And they kill the cat and the dogs in there, they don't, and the rest of them will confirm them. That's the system they have created. You want us to talk? We'll talk. And they kill the mosquito there in there, they don't, and the rest of them will confirm them. Because they don't say they have no spines, they have no balls. Because they will confirm your own. I confirm your own, you confirm my own. That's it. What a shame. Listen, if the person qualified, please confirm them. We got to get this thing done. For example, a big example, the chief of staff. He went in to be confirmed by different ministers. Between 12 to 14 folks confirmed him. You know the report from that? They refused. They said, let's investigate before we confirm him. Let's get to the bottom of this thing. They put them went beyond Jade. They talked, and they came by and said, but you know what? Let's start a show. We didn't start a show yet. This is crazy though. Our country is in the worst place ever. They say it will get bad before it get better. I disagree. 11 senators came on. 11. Those senators that came on, how many of them get family member right now in the government? Those senators that came on, those new senators and the old senator that met there, how many of them get family member right now that they recommended to President Bouaka to make ministers, deputy minister, everything in this government? So they were fighting to bring a family member there on. That's the change we asked for. That's the change we fought for. That's the change we believe in today. But folks, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We ain't started nothing yet. We got a lot of information for you, the 83-point-something million dollars that were requested by the past government illegally through CBL, breaking the PFM law. We'll discuss it. We got all the documents. I've asked our representative, Richard Kuhn, to come and talk to us because he was one of those that flagged this thing. I have received the information from our sources, from the CBS, the same thing that was sent to Richard Kuhn sent in. We'll be discussing it. The issue about some kind of information going on that Ghanaians people say they reported Joseph Bouaka to some nonsense parliament because Joseph Bouaka went to Ghana. The Ghanaian embassy came by and said it's a blinking lie. We'll share that information with you. Number two. Number three, we'll talk about LEC again briefly. Number four, we'll talk about the issue that is affecting Liberia so early. The issue here that is affecting Liberia so early. The disappointment we are receiving from the Senate, because you know what? Everybody is eyeing 2029. So everybody, now they have to put a party together. Now they got to find a coalition. Now it's the consolidated funds that everybody will just jump in and agree on one person because they all are in 2029. They have messed up the hope that we had in them from the Senate. They have destroyed, and we'll call their names. How many of them put their hand up and say, "Oh, Mr. President, hire my family member. Yeah, he's good." Da, 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 da. How many of them? So welcome to the Spoon Talk, my people. We take no side. Only the side of the Liberian people will take. Because this thing is getting worse. It's getting worse. Mr. Duadu and the people, Dr. Francine Chinua Spectra Richardson, and Nelson Colette, as we wait for the others, we want to say, let's have a beautiful show. And let's talk so for the Liberian people to understand us better. Mr. Duadu.
Senator, I'm going to say this. You mentioned, and I know there are reports to this effect. I, for one, I don't care whether they get rejected by the Senate. I just want proper scrutiny. But I'm going to say this. If you work in government, especially if you hold a high-level position in the government, you're eating already. Then you bring your family member into. I think a lot of people will eat now. You know, I mean, you know the job in the country. So let's have some equitability in the system where there is a proper distribution of what's happening to our country. But if you're eating, your cousin eating, your wife eating, your brother eating, you know that one who eating and everybody else can't eat, how is that fair? I want you to speak to your own humanity as it relates to this country. You're not the only citizen of this country. Let's get serious about the issue of Liberia. I'm not asking you to deal with people who do not meet the basic requirements of a position to them. This is not what I'm asking. What I'm asking you is to understand that I want people that were made with their blood. You have to understand it. A lot of people got to go to the bathroom too. This country has to serve all of us. If it just says serving you and your family, you're doing this country a great disservice. I'm a firm believer. If you're the only person in your community who has a massive mansion, especially if you're a government official, your life stay on 24/7, you're in danger. If everybody else around you is absolutely poor, they see you have a target on your back. You have a greater responsibility to improve the standard of living in that community, to do your job so we can lift this country together. It could just be about one group of people who just eat and eat and eat repeatedly, and nobody else can eat. This is not the Liberia we prayed for. The Liberia we want is where Mount Cully too can send her children to decent schools. If we can get our young girls off the street from prostituting, we can give jobs to our young men. How do we accept this and we call ourselves a Christian nation or we call ourselves a Muslim country? What would imams think? What would Allah say? Do you ask yourself that question sometime? Or is it just be about you? How much money does one man need, especially if that man works in government? We die, we leave them all here. Can we serve the people for once, people? Gentlemen, the thing where I want to talk, you can get plenty sometimes, so I will just leave it right there.
But Dr. Richardson, go ahead.
You know, for me, I think that Liberians have to get in the mindset that it's going to be a hard knock life ahead of us. It is not just about electing a government that we think that can provide good governance. It is about all of us taking responsibility for our country, being our brothers and sisters keeper for being custodians of our country. If you say, "Oh, I will just take my job, can't eat," it affects the other people. It affects the growth of our country. We got to be prepared to how other countries develop. No country was born with silver spoon in their mouths. No country. Okay? But we have to prepare for austerity measures. It's just like in your house. All of us didn't arrive where we are right now. You started from somewhere small, scratch, one bedroom, sleeping on the floor. Sometimes eating dry rice, even to taste that. Sometimes when things are hard, you eat dry rice, but at least it stays where it's supposed to stay within your house. But everybody there for self, nobody there for the country. How is the country going to develop? And I'm just keep on thinking the stealing is just too much. How can you give? I mean, I'm thinking about let's go back. Some elected a new government. Okay, fine. New governance going to happen. We'll get good laws, good order, everything in the country. You gave someone money for inauguration. We know what the audit is saying about inauguration money. Then you turn around You go have a bad program for the inauguration program, and we don't even know what happened to that other money. Then the Unity Party, people came around and said, "Oh, we gave money to different counties." How that money was divided, nobody knows. No hair, no teeth. Okay. Then we hear, "Oh, this person left 40,000. I'm sorry, 40 million in the bank. The other person said 20 million. No hair, no tail. Pass that one there. I mean, every day is about money missing, somebody stealing money. I just don't get it. So my thing is, we have to be custodian for the country. Is the mindset. If we all feel that we're in it for ourselves, we want money for ourselves, want steal from ourselves, want job for ourselves, our country finish. Because nobody will come there to save it for us if we don't do that.
Oh wow! Have we taken question? Have you greeted all your friends and loved ones,
Actually,
Mr.
we
Fadu?
have not done that today, Stanton. I think it's appropriate that we do that now.
Please do, sir.
We've not done that. Let me recognize some of our people. Look, our people, Stanton. When you mention the job issue, can't see our mothers on pen with their babies in their laps
Oh,
across this country, across this city. I'm talking about the endangerment. Somewhere I will not even put any of my children that they are groomed to some extent. But see babies with the mothers, I mean, risking their lives because there is no public transportation system, but yet and still we want one person to control everything. It just mind boggling at times when you think about it. But yeah, somebody said, "Oh, Dwally, you tired tonight?" No, I'm not tired at all. I'm extremely frustrated for what I see in this country. I've been here now, I think going on 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks now in the country. And you got no idea. I mean, to my people come to me every day. I'm like, listen, man, I ain't got mad at that. Yeah, doing something, but by the same token, we've turned our people into beggars. Martha
and Dwally,
Campbell, welcome to the show. Go ahead, Tata Francine.
I was going to add, somebody had mentioned Dr. Richardson and Dwalu just don't know the law. People got to be confirmed before they declare the asset. There's so many laws out in the country that didn't make sense in this developed countries. Slavery was a law. It's no longer there. Mental health was not included in the healthcare bill in the past. It's no longer there. They switched that thing. They changed that thing. So just because something is a law, it doesn't mean that it has to stay there.
But the person, I saw that, Dr. Francine. I did see that. The person that's saying that, what they don't understand is the law is very clear before you take office. It has nothing to say about confirmation. So when your name is announced, it is befitting that our Dwalu will say, listen, before I even go to confirmation, it even serves me better because I don't want to go say that and say, well, you were there for 3 days and still before you. So it helps you too.
Somebody made me shame.
Yeah, the law doesn't mean you can go beyond the law. You don't have to go exactly what the law says. You can go beyond the law. I saw that. I just skip over it because I didn't want to talk. Hey, my sister Siata Timway, how you doing, mama? Sam Zoe Cock City, my boy my brother Zeus Calder Jr. How you doing? Mary and Wea. I see Joy Evelyn Mortor. How are you doing, Wilma Twe? Baker Ramsey Pearl Campbell. How you doing, Pearl? What's going on over there? I see Alvin Juti. I see Sita H. Herman. I see Ibrahim Amar Duna. Mr. Duna, what's going on? I see Anthony P. Kia. I see George Yama. Mr. Yama, what's going on? I see Sango Moore, Jonathan Gray, Rebecca Kova, Silly Aretha Momo. How Aretha? What's going on, Mama? I see Maureen Dorcas Thomas. I see Serena Copa. Umaru Rogers, Mr. Rogers, what's going on? Sam Woody CA, Telewo Simwe, Sandy Gigi Ska, Darlington and Massaquare, Princess Tokba. How are you doing, Princess? I see Solid Food Soul, Maxwell Johnson, Ibrahim SK Gotolo. How are you doing? Matthew Dolly Boy. I see Darlington Kwane, I see Solomon Flo, I see Boy Adonic, Emmanuel Mark, how are you doing? Arthur S. Moore, Princess Topa, Stephen Gator. Stephen Gator said Dwalu is frustrated because his name is not yet being called. Are you serious? There you go. I see Shako, I see Charles Morris, I see Josiah Q. Cooper, Boyka Dunar, Amos Square and Harris Duo, Dixon Libo, Fatupa, Yawala Jala. How are you doing, Mama? What's going on? Beatrice Grace, we said. Mohammed KS, Master Kwe. Listen, man, we do this and we expect to be chest out. You know, keyboard giants will sit in the living room or sit on the cell phone and criticize everything. I expect that. I understand that. Call into the show. Have a conversation. We need thick skin for this. You can say whatever you want. I know I'm not going to eat today or drive a vehicle today because I didn't get a job with the government. I know you believe that. Sincerely believe that. Why do we do this constantly? What I want for this country is beyond job. I'm a job creator. We are fighting for something greater than a job. Do you really believe it, Dwalu, with my resume? If I really want a job in this country and I seek after that, I'm not going to get one? It's lunacy, guys. Let's grow beyond this pettiness every single time. If I were to tell you that I got offered twice already, and I'll turn them down because I'm not interested in that kind of job, if my name is not going to be elevated above the typical, I don't want it. I want a legacy position. I want something that's going to be able, I can build to improve the condition in this country. It's not about job for me. It's far greater than that. My dream is to create thousands of jobs.
If you're bringing the people in by, you don't have to reply to everybody, my man.
No, I'm not replying. Certain things, you have to speak to it because people have to understand. Because my aim here is to create jobs in this country, thousands of jobs. That's what I want. That's what I pray about. That's what I dream about. That's what I envision. Because I know we can rise above the typical. We can rise above it. But at the end of the day, Liberians have to talk. You know, every year I spent three months in this country for the last 15 years. Every single year. Sometimes 2-3 times I come to the country. You don't know that. So go back and go to the history and understand what we do in the country. Don't just yap away because you want to talk. I want you to call into the show. Let's have a conversation like men. And that's what I want. Sis Glennie, welcome to the show.
Glennie, hello.
Hello, Doc. Hi, Twalu. But still now you're here, Shani, so that we're gonna oil you up today.
My grandma used to pour call in the oil.
Yeah, that's why you rub.
Yo, just understand something. I have said nothing to her since she came on the show. She's talking with my head shining. So when I'm ready, nobody should stop me. All right.
Yeah, Shani,
when I'm ready, nobody should stop. No. So
I want lao coconut oil in that rubber area.
No, so
I want lao coconut oil that finish over there. Okay.
No, Granny, what happened here is that I always have this light, right? And I never use it. So somebody told me, said, but you gotta use it because sometimes you look dull in the camera. You see this?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that was making my hair to shine because now I'm using it because I got listen. But you are saying, well, I think
and I'm going to say that today.
No, Jenny, it's the only thing is that you admire me so much, so when you come, you want me to know.
Look at where you go.
Ali, I went meant to Dwalu. Dwalu that black man to me. Look at Dwalu, look at me. I went meant to Dwalu.
I know where man, no try.
But you know, somebody reminded me last night. Are you rubbing sunscreen on your skin? Why you like?
Actually, no, I haven't been doing that.
You better.
You gotta do it.
Yeah, the nurse here. The nurse will tell you.
You better.
I know. It's true the same, but I'll be like, almost over. I know you should, but
Dwalu leaving next week Friday, so it's okay.
How can I do
every day you get it. Let me make it easy for you.
How about the fly this? What city you on? How about the fly this?
This is the
What airport you coming to?
next week. No, actually, the first week in I'll be in Tanzania. The first week in of next month of March. So that I'll be leaving Liberia. I'll be in Tanzania and Botswana too. So by the way,
That's very nice.
No, I say you live in Liberia. I'm not saying you
so
live in
actually the weather will be with me too.
Very
The
nice.
weather will be with me.
Even better. That
Even
sounds like
better.
an awesome
See that?
trip. Even
The
better.
man said one of the wives. He didn't say. So
No.
understand Dwalu when he speak.
No, I heard you said the.
He said one of.
Be white.
Oh, the me one.
Yeah, the D-Walk.
Okay, man, how you cool there, you?
Ooh, man.
They should be there.
We are where we are today
Yeah.
because it is important for us to understand that this too is Liberia, and we have to do our best. So some folks will, they don't like it, and other people may like it. There you go.
It's about
Oh yeah, Dr. Richard, see, yeah, let's go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
okay. But if I just miss Fagon during these moments, Fagon will say the man will say, "Yes, sir."
No,
Loud
no, that's
show.
no,
When you get a show, loud show, they say,
my daughter,
"I got woman power, girl power."
no, my daughter want to go pick the dogs up, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Enzo,
Say
Yeah.
that girl power
when
there.
Fagon come in?
Huh?
When Fagon come in?
Fagon arriving tonight. I think what
Tonight?
time is it now? Fagon
Hey,
is in
get
Liberia.
everybody itinerary.
Fagon is in Liberia now.
In Labrona?
But yeah, I think I believe he was going Liberia directly, but he said probably he was going to stop in Ghana. You know, he's from Ghana also. That's why he got a
Oh, yes.
Capra Prico name from. Fagon lived all his life on Budaburan camp.
Oh,
When he
yeah.
had that name Capra Prico, it was from the camp. The liquor they
Oh,
used to
wait,
drink.
you know what? When the
Yeah.
Liberia went to refugee camp,
The liquor they used to drink, that the liquor name Capra Prico. So that's the name they gave Fagon because he used to love drinking that kind of liquor. So they say Capra
cool.
Prico. Anybody that was in Ghana, Dr. Richardson husband know, Peabody know, all of them know Fagon. Anybody that was in Ghana, that's the name they got for Fagon, Capra Prico. So Fagon, if he said he was probably going to stop in Ghana and be in Liberia tomorrow. If not, he would be in Liberia tonight. So I asked Fagon, will you be welcome like Prophet Key? He said he got a lot of people waiting to welcome him, but Fagon is cheap. He broke. He doesn't have money, so I don't think that. And the job Fagon get for that dry case me job, no money over there. So I wish him well. But yeah, Fagon is somewhere in Africa right now. Fagon cleared his whole apartment, his bed set, everything. Yeah. Fagon had like
moving
3
back.
container. He moved back home. He had a 3 container Ford. And most recent, and Fagon did something that was so nice because whenever I'm talking to him, he will put me on video. I got some of the video, he will put me on video, and he like food stuff from Sam Club, from BJ's. You guys know exactly those places. Fagon bought a lot of food, lotion, everything. He bought them, and yeah, seriously.
Well, that's what you do. You try to like put it in the bar.
Yes, he did. Fagon, I think it was 23 or 24 barrels, with the exception of his household stuff that he sent. I mean, the big barrels.
For at least 1 year, then you can come by and buy again.
Yeah. Fagon took a lot of stuff. So if you want food, Fagon, please go and borrow something from him. He took a lot of stuff.
Can you imagine?
Dove soap, lotion, Aveeno lotion, the Quaker Oat, the everything. I'm serious. Fagon was
I swear.
No. Let's make this thing very clear to the Liberian people. What do I do Rene for? You asked me the question.
Because you got
I wasn't thinking about it. I'm very serious, and people know the Casa Prico name. They call it the name. Fagon had almost 24 barrels, all food stuff. Fagon can open a whole supermarket.
I mean, food in Liberia. We got food.
No, Fagon is a player about the food in Liberia.
Stuff like that expensive.
Fagon bought. I saw Fagon. Even the egg were expired. Fagon said, "I'm still carrying it."
No.
Yeah. Egg. So if you thinking, man, come on, Nelson. Thank you. If you're thinking at the end of the day, you won't borrow food stuff, you won't rent some of the food from Fagon, go and rent. Go and rent the cream of wheat.
Rent?
Yeah, go and rent it. Fagon food that he took to Liberia is not for joke. I'm serious. I saw it. I was in Sam Club with Fagon. Folks, you know Sam Clubs? If you do, BJ's.
Wholesale.
They gave Fagon, I think, 3,500 credit cards. You know they can give you the card you pay. You know Sam Club? You can pay $35 to be a member.
Yeah.
And they gave you the A1 credit card. Fagon had the A1 credit card, 3,500. Everything he's shopping. He paid on it. He waited 2 weeks.
On Saturday.
I tell you.
No, but it's not me. We got
and you come back.
Your business on Saturday, Fagon.
You know, Fagon can't leave it up.
No, because I told Fagon, I said, Fagon, listen, the food was finished. So Fagon said he got his driver. The Oma that used to cook for him, he got the Oma. The Oma was praying, thank God, I'm happy for the Oma. Fagon said he used to pay the Oma 150. He will increase. Now he got a good job. He will increase it to 300. I said, that's good, Fagon. Thank you. Fagon used to take care of the Oma, you know, so her grandchildren go to school. And, you know, he took the woman like his own mom. So when the woman heard that Fagon was going back to Liberia, I was on the phone with Fagon. The woman was crying.
Yeah.
This thing you can talk is not jogo. People are depending on people, Duadu, to survive.
Yeah.
Fagon took his driver like a brother. Fagon can never say that my driver. Fagon said that my little brother.
But how you supposed to do it?
Amen. This thing you're doing in Liberia, something will happen. Oh. Even in Fagon difficult time, even in his trouble time, Fagon always used to try to send small money to those people. When they heard that President Bouaka appointed Fagon, the babies, the children there were beating the pen. They were beating the empty bowl.
Yeah.
Because they know that the pot will be body.
Yes.
You're going to eat lobster now.
That we're supposed to tell you.
You're going to eat lobster.
The thing won't make me to cry. See the woman crying on the phone.
Yeah.
The woman used to cook for Fagon. And for all these years, George Mana, we have fired Fagon. If Fagon hustle here, he hustle there, he will send small thing to the old man. The old man said, my son, you coming. My son, you coming. I can't wait to see you.
That's a blessing.
That's a blessing, man. That's a blessing. So I will tell you this, though. I mean, it's a good thing, but I will. Look at the president. Listen, let me put the president on. The president said, they stand up back and laugh.
And he said, if you laughing too.
Man, but you know what? If you look at my eyes right now, tears coming down from my eye because our people are suffering.
Sure.
You got 5, 6, 7 individuals hanging on one person here in America to send $50. So when Duadu talk these things, it is meaningful. A family member will live on $10. Household, 10 individuals trying to live on $10 a week. It's bad for our country.
And I just Wawa coffee for you there. Can you imagine that?
So if I get my bagel with small mayo and a coffee, if I take this size of water, because one thing, if I go water,
Fuji water, my people.
Huh?
I said, I'm not ordinary water either.
No, ordinary water. You see, no stamp on it.
Why not? You might want water here.
So if you get all this, you're right. It's like $9 something. It's $9 and something. That's somebody whole week food. Do I do?
That's my week food, yeah.
Yeah, week food. Yeah. Not even the transportation you will get again. Then you said that week food. Not even the transportation you will get again. You better let go. Yeah, man. That thing that made people cry. Seriously, our country is bad off, man. Our country is bad off. We got to do better. Yeah. And and I'm so happy for my dear friend Fagon. We can go up, we come down, we argue. Through him, people will really benefit. And through all these guys. But yeah, we are. I can't wait for Fagon to go for confirmation. I hope he does. Because Edwin Snow called me and said he can't wait to question Fagon on his credential. To question Fagon because Fagon attacking on the Western Cluster issue. So Edwin Snow said he can't wait. He will question Fagon. And but listen, right now I can tell you, all those that will be sitting over there, Fagon will be confirmed. Nothing can stop him. You got Yombi Kanga Lawrence. You got Delon. You got the 5 senators that's on sanction. They all agree to confirm Fagon. The 5 senators. No, let's agree.
Stop right out here.
No, listen, guys. Let's tell the people the truth. You got Nathaniel Magé that Fagon can fire everybody for. You think Magé will not confirm Fagon? You get Bill Tuawe that Fagon can fire everybody for. Emmanuel Nukwe, Abochie, and PYJ. Fagon already got 5.
Those should not even matter.
No. I am saying to you, I am saying to you, they are not looking at anything to confirm it. They are looking at the relationship. It's like political party family reunion. You get Delon will confirm Fagon. Yombli will confirm Fagon. Bocha will confirm Fagon. That 8 right there. Who gonna stop it? Alex Stado will confirm Fagon. That 9. Let's count them. Who will stop Fagon? Even Fagon don't go with any paper said, they will say we'll revert.
Who has been stopped?
Nobody. Nobody has been stopped. If I go to that place today and say I forget my transcript, they don't say we'll revert. Don't worry about it. That's the fact. That's the fact. Anybody go over there and say I missed my credential, they don't say don't worry, we'll revert. Don't worry about it. That's the new term.
So where will
you revert to the next administration, next election?
I think so.
Hey man, guys, the reason why we're doing this because Dr. Sia, Wata Kamano, and the rest of the team getting set up in studio. Once they are ready, we'll bring them on. We're also going to be having Representative Richie Kuhn to speak to us on this issue. The rest of our panelists will be joining us. Let me put this picture up. This picture you are looking at, Governor Talu and
yeah.
Okay. The reason why I put in this picture up because Richard Kuhn wrote, trying to unearth something. Finance Ministry illegally debt record at CBL busted. They say we have identified 83.05 million United States dollars on the books of the CBL as a loan to the Ministry of Finance Development Planning. The loan was taken to pay Saver 7. Now, when? We're going to have that conversation. But that's the reason why we're putting this picture up, right? If you go into it, what happened with Dr. Richardson and Glenn?
You say what?
Dr. Richardson, can you mute yourself? If we go into it, Dwalu, as you can see, disbursed on November 23rd without approval of the legislature, the CBL action is a flagrant violation of the PFM law section 36, count 3, with the exception of any loan raised for the purpose of paragraph B of the subsection 36. The terms and conditions of any loan shall be laid before the legislature and shall not come into operation unless they have been approved by a resolution of the legislature. So that's the reason why. Now, folks, we have the document, right? We have the document, what was said, what was sent from Richard Kuhn, and we have asked Richard Kuhn to be on the show tonight. So the representative Richard Kuhn will be on the show. Duadu, talk to me.
Yeah, but you can't gloss over this. This is crucially important. Let's address this very briefly. First of all, the central bank governor intentionally, knowingly decided to grant this loan without legislative approval because he knew that nothing would come from inside. Absolutely nothing going to be done about it. This is why he did it. And the reason why he's doing that is because you remember when he first came to power, Director Tano, the president said, well, I'm beholding to President we are. I'm answerable. My loyalty is to President we are. Not to the Republic, but to President we are. That's what he did say. This is why he gave a loan, $83 million. Put that loan on the Liberian people. And the governor will continue to take his paycheck. He will sit there. The Senate will sit spinelessly. They will sit in the legislature, and they will not recall this guy. Listen, we lost confidence in you. You have to be removed. Yes, he can be impeached for that. But it won't do nothing. It will just sit down, yet talk, blah, 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 blah. Nothing will come inside. It will just go about the zero again. We sit down, $83 million for and Liberian people laugh. I can guarantee you they cannot properly account for that money.
Dr. Richardson, can you add to it? I see the guys they are setting up
Now
stuff.
I share your sentiment, but what about the people on the board? That the one that I want to about?
They don't even consult them sometimes, Dr. Francis.
They talk
People
about,
will just take money that don't belong to them.
but Dwalu, why would I be on a board and you consult
Thank
me?
you.
You
Thank
know, and I know that at the end of the day, I'll be held responsible. Then I will still be on the board.
But guess what? How the board usually selected is based on patronage. So they select the board in a way, so the person not going there, they're beholden to somebody, not entirely based on the person's merit. And that's the
So-
problem we're facing in the country.
But then you should recognize that even though you beholden to somebody, at the end of the day, will hold you responsible because you are on
But
the
we
board.
don't hold them responsible, though. We do not hold them responsible. So the person got no qualms about what is happening. We don't
But
hold them
it's-
responsible.
They should be held responsible. They
True,
should
but
be-
we don't.
bear the burden.
The entire country is a joke.
The people on the board, they need to be answer question themselves. They need to be called.
I tell people go left Liberia 1990. I'm gonna be joking. Why not here?
Why 1990?
Because that's when we became
Everybody-
beasts.
Everybody said that.
So I mean, we have all the document to show to the folks.
They didn't say what she thought. Of.
Go ahead, Glendy.
Oh, I think I missed out there. I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you're coming back to
Yeah,
see what
thank you.
in 80 point.
Oh, the board is, I mean, it's true. I heard what you said, Dr. Richardson. If
$5
people
million.
on the boards and they're not functional, why have them? And then also you took an oath to serve in any capacity. Why would you be there and you're not informed or you just let things go by? So it's like, are you only there for the perks? Are you only there for whatever incentives you get?
Yes.
The recognition it gives you? I mean,
Mhm.
you should be there to serve. So I think that's wrong. They have so many people that they are on different boards that give them different incentives or different perks. They get recognized in different areas, but they hold on to those positions and they're not functional. I mean,
What's it
it's
doing?
like we just add that to the list.
Think about how
Yeah.
the boards are selected to begin with. How are the boards selected? In most developed countries,
Who
the
know
countries
you?
serious about governance. They select board based on the person's achievements,
True.
Yeah.
based on the person's accomplishments.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's how it's supposed to be. But what happens is, Glenny getting old. My Glenny, you put a woman on the board, you don't want to be on the
Yeah.
board. Yes,
Mhm.
not to be carrying to a jury there. So we have go to the boards. See boards, sometimes one man serves on 3-4 boards. Don't go to work, don't do nothing. They're free
But
money.
don't educate them because at the end of the day, they will be responsible. They're supposed to be looking out for our country.
True.
All right. So we got the team sitting in the back. Another thing I want to say we'll be discussing before I bring in Dr. Siakamano and the rest of the guys. I want us to discuss this. You know, when you want to say something, but say the truth, even when you're joking. This came up in one of the flyers out there. The Ghanaian president complained Liberia president to ECOWAS parliament over a midnight visit to his country. We have to discuss this because this is just another stupid lie. This is just another, not only a lie, but a stupid lie. And then the Ghanaian embassy came up with their own press release on this issue. We need to address the fact our country is undergoing a lot of different stuff that we can discuss. But to come up with those kind of petty lies from the other side of the river, I mean, we need to just say it as it is. That's just a stupid lie. So let's bring in Dr. Sacamano. Let's bring in Theophilus and the rest of the guys. Let's talk about the medical system in the country briefly, only 30 minutes, and then we'll go into the rest of our show for tonight. Minister Doe, you want to say something before we bring them on? You are muted, Minister Doe.
Yeah, I'm saying it's nice to be on. Sorry, I was coming on and LEC went and all that kind of a thing, so we came on a little late. Quickly, just to chip in the CEO, let me just say, wherever smoke is coming from, fire on it. That clarifying letter, Benny, you talk about from the mission will be in this thing. We know what's up about. Wherever smoke above, fire on it. So the people can keep clarifying and send 200 letters to clarify, no issue. The first thing, Let them come and tell us first if our president met their president, their vice president, their speaker. Then from then on, we know for sure that clarifying. We know the diplomatic space. We may not have worked there, but we were there before. So they even sent 200 letters, press conferences to clarify. One thing I will tell you, anywhere smoke coming from, fire on it. So we are all clarifying thing. We looking at it.
Thank you.
Wow.
They kind of
Bring the guys on. You see, and let me say
Dangerous.
this. As something I don't want to say, but I said those sharing this fake news. You know,
Completely.
propaganda. You sharing this.
All
So I
right.
said, let me work on my own. Should I say my sister or my sister-in-law? Let me mind my business, but let me work on that, Commander. You still my sister-in-law, or you did my sister and I know-in-law? Which one?
Answer your own question.
Dr. Siakamano Wata, how you doing, Mama? Will I get you hot, Nelson? Can you give a volume, please?
Nelson? Yeah. You good? You hearing me now?
Yeah, we
I
can
said
hear
I'm
you.
your sister-in-law, in the love of the Lord.
Nelson, are we good?
Yeah.
We're tweaking out here.
Coming?
Yeah, Mac.
Yeah, bring it closer to you, Mama. Just yeah. Hello?
I'm muted.
No, you're good.
You getting me now?
You're good, yes.
Yeah, you're super. Thank you.
Yeah, I said I'm your sister-in-law, in the love of the Lord.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the best way to put this one. We leave it like that. Hey, Nande, Adjo. Welcome to the show, yeah, Dr. Kamado. We're good to see you for a very long time, man. It's been a long time since you've been here.
We've been in the ranks, we've been working. And lots were happening last year with the whole campaign process. We're busy in the hospital with all the campaign activities, and there in the aftermath, someone had to be in the trenches, so we were busy.
Hey, man, it's good to see you, man. We miss you, but you are here today for a reason. As you can see, we have Dr. Chinwe Richardson, we have Glennie, Isaac Doe, Mr. Dwalu. We all want to say welcome before we bring in your team. For us to have this conversation tonight, we want to welcome you in a very special way. Are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm getting you loud and clear.
Okay, so why are we here today? Can we bring in the rest of the guys?
Yes, I'm very proud to. Okay, so for those who don't know me, other than being Mr. Spoon's sister, I'm Dr. Siawata Kamano. I'm the recent past Chief Medical Officer of the John F. Kennedy Medical Center. I'm also the first Vice President of the Liberia College of Physicians and Surgeons. I'm a faculty at the A.M. Doglioti College of Medicine in the Department of Pediatrics. I'm here with my brothers. I'm honored to have the President of the Liberia Nursing Association, Honorable Benjamin Swami, and I'm also honored to have the President of the Liberia Physician Assistant Association, also the Chair for the Allied Health on the Liberia Medical and Dental Council, and he has some more other titles that he'll give, but Honorable Mr. Theophilus Faya. And we're here to talk about issues in the health sector. We're here for the other people in the health sector to speak and also look at what can be done for the future of the health sector. I'm in early retirement, effective January 22nd. In keeping with the mandate of the president, in keeping with the mandate of President George Manawia, all those who were elected, I was elected as Chief Medical Officer in 2018. So effective the 22nd, I'm now a civilian. So, but there were some issues going on. I said, well, it'll be good for the key actors. You know, sometimes we focus only on the doctors, and we forget the unsung soldiers. And the health sector is a body. You know, sometimes, you know, the doctors may be the brain and the head of the sector, but you have the hands, the feet. So our nurses. So this is a tribute to our nurses, our PAs, our pharmacists, laboratory technicians, radiographers.
you know, they have a role to play, and they want to play a part. You know, for so long, we only hear about the negative side. For us at JFK, we're used to the negative publicity, but we have good people in Liberia, and I think we need to celebrate. You know, can anything good come out of Liberia? Yes, and everything we need to appreciate the good people that we have that are in country, and know that, you know, as we are transitioning, know that there are people who are willing, who have served, and they're available, and they have a role to play. And so, at otherwise, unfortunately, the head of the Medical and Dental Association cannot be with us. He sends his apologies, but we just wanted our. You see, nobody should sew coat for us. You know, don't sew me a suit and you don't take my measurement. You know, let those that will be directly affected, let, you know, those who will be implementing policies, let them have their say, let them have their voice, let them be heard. You know, so that's why we're here. You know, we don't need to get people from out of, we don't need experts from abroad only. They have a role, but we have experts in country. And so I just want to bring my brothers and give them that platform, and then we'll take it from there. You know, we can talk. So anything you bring, we'll talk it. We'll flag the issue. So there's no major agenda, but the issue is, the concern is, let the voices of the Liberian health workers on ground, let them be heard. You know, you in the diaspora, you have your own perception. You know, for those who knows the pinch of their shoes, he who wears the shoes know the pinch. So people who toes are pinching, let them explain to you. And they have, we talk about African solutions for African problems. I want to suggest Liberian solutions for Liberian problems. So as CEO, you know, I'll leave it at that and give my brothers a chance to introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, Dr. Commander. We appreciate you on the show. Again, want to welcome you, Theophilus and Benjamin. I think that's the name, though it couldn't fit through. Want to welcome both of you, and want to welcome the entire team of folks that are watching to hear exactly what you guys have to say today. We'll be here for the next 20 minutes. 20 minutes is a long time. When you come on CNN, they give you only 2 minutes or 3 minutes or so. So we'll give you 20 minutes. Give it your best shot and make your case. Liberians are waiting now to hear you out. Are we starting with the president, Benjamin? Are you the president, sir?
Thank you. So yes. So I am the president for the Liberian Nurses Association.
For the Liberian nurses?
Yes, I am the president. We other nurses in Liberia, I group under an umbrella called Liberian Nurses Association. So I am the president for the Liberian Nurses Association.
Okay, so currently you're a nurse.
Certainly.
Okay. Theophilus, and you?
Yes. Thank you very much. I am Theophilus Tamafaya again. I'm the president for the Liberia National Physician Assistant Association and the board chairperson for allied professionals in Liberia. Also, by virtue of that position, I was elected as co-chairperson for Liberia Medical and Dental Council.
So after all that, one time you get a steady, my man. But I want to say welcome, man. You guys welcome to Spoon. I hope next time we're going to have the other gentleman that Commander spoke about, that we're going to have a good program. I'm sorry that due to the revamping of the studio, you guys have to use one mark. As you can see what's going on, Madam Titi trying to prepare the place and make it better for our visitors such as you guys. We want to say welcome Dr. Francine, Glendy, Mr. Eduardo, and Isaac. Let's have a good conversation. Dr. Francine?
Thank you.
You're muted, man.
Sorry, guys. I'd like to just welcome the guests into the studio. I'll wait them to tell us more about, you know, their reason for being here before I can ask my questions.
Certainly, we've been following through with different areas, and most recently, what happened in Bon County, the Tango truck. We've been going through all of these different things. Give us a short story where we are with our medical issue in the country, talking about the medical students, talking about your own role as nurses out there, physician. Under this new administration, what we intend to see, what's new?
Okay, so we, I mean, In the first place, I want to be so grateful to the Spoon family because today's my we have been spectators for Spoon TV, Spoon FM, especially during the heat of the campaign. So to see myself being today in studio appearing as a guest and people are expecting me as well. I'm just so grateful for my debut show today. We appear on the radio station, and I'm just grateful today. So I am also grateful to my guardian men and women. I call them men and women in white. That we are not in arm, but we are in white, and we our relevance are actually felt when we had an outbreak. We saw that the cost of the outbreakings of the country. Currently, I got something like around 13,312 nurses in Liberia shouldering the cost of the outbreakings in Liberia. So I send my salutations to all of them today and say, welcome to those that are on the Spoon TVs today, Spoon FM. We have come to champion the cause of the health sector. We have come to explain some of our gains, some of our sources, some of our strengths, some of our challenges. And so we are just grateful today to be on Spoon TV. And I'm just I mean, it's amazing that I can be the guest on Spoon TV tonight. I have spectated all that for so long.
Stanton, I have a question now. So did you want me to?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Please.
you. You know, I am concerned about the credentialing process of nurses and also the licensure process. I mean, I am a psychologist in training. I believe there's only 3 psychologists in Liberia, so an expert that I think is well needed in Liberia. But in my field, I get licensed at the moment I'm done with my education, and then I have to renew my license every 2 years. Is that very similar to what we have in Liberia?
Yeah, so if you read on the license you renew, it tells you say permission to practice as a nurse in Liberia is granted to you for 2 years. That means, I mean, for nurses to practice in Liberia, you might begin the permission from the Liberian Board for Nursing and Midwifery. I am not the board chair, I am not the registrar, but I am the president for the nurses in Liberia. But the license renew actually gives you the permission to practice, but you don't just come to Liberia to practice because if we do that, it will make our population vulnerable to antibodies. So the both for nursing and midwifery gives you the permission to practice through the license you renew every year.
Do you guys do you offer special education, which is training? I can't just renew my license every 2 years. I have to take a certain amount of continued education, like 30 credits in some specific courses. For example, suicidality, child abuse, and diversity and ethics. Do you guys have that? Those are just maybe 4 of the 30 courses.
Certainly, we are working on. I was just in Lofa County 2 weeks ago with sponsorship from World Bank and in collaboration with the Board for Nursing and Midwifery. And so we are counting. We are looking at a management form where anybody don't just get licensed. So we are thinking that if you are given the license for the 2 years, the next time you come back here, you should tell all what qualification you have got to stay allow you to earn license. Because if you don't do that, because the number on the license says this is to certify that XYZ is permitted the practice in Liberia. Because you keep assuring the public if for any reason the person actually quality is going down the ladders, and they are not doing any other advanced training. There is no continual professional development, and then you keep giving the person licensure. It is actually detrimental to the public, and we are working in similar direction.
What checkpoint do you have in place to check if somebody has taken the continuing education or should maintain a license? Like I have to submit a document every year to my employer, to other people that are involved with my licensure process, like insurance companies. Do you guys have such checkpoint? Because how do you know if somebody has the license or not to practice?
The both on nursing and midwifery honestly have, but so in Liberia, it's not something like the other countries. So we actually the both on nursing and midwifery, which I'm now a spokesperson for. I'm actually for the president for the nurses in Liberia. Both on nursing is separated from the association. Both for nursing is for licensure and accreditation and advocacies and welfare. But however, because I'm a board member, I like try to speak for them a little bit. We're trying to do that because to do those things, it means you need to have a policy that backs you. Currently, there is no policies. So we had just drafted policies, I think, May, February, April in 2025. It's going to be mandatory that you give for a credit, certain amount of credit hours in continuing professional development before you renew your license. So in next year, somewhere between April, May, even if you have 1 million, you just will not renew your license, but you need to show an evidence of continued professional development. That is to ensure that the welfare of our country, the welfare of population, to ensure that we actually guarantee that you don't sell in Waterside and still come to renew your license.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering my question. I look forward to you guys coming back to tell me more about the credentialing process, because I think it's in process.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let me just say this, then we'll go to Mr. Eduardo, Glennie, and the rest of the team. Mr. Benjamin, let me ask you, what's the problem right now you guys are faced with as nurses? Mr. Benjamin?
Immense problem. My name is Benjamin Swamin. Swamin.
Okay.
It's actually a native name from Bong County.
All right. So Benjamin, let me ask my question now. Can you please? Yes. Well, what's the problem throughout COVID, throughout Ebola, throughout everything that's our situation in the country from one government to another? I want you to tell Liberians watching you tonight your main issue as nurses in the country, because you said 312. I think it's way too small.
It started at 13,312 nurses.
13,000. Thank you. Maybe I went off. Thank you for that correction. But what's the main issue right now you guys are faced with? You want to let Liberians know.
Thank you so much. This is a golden question asked me tonight, because there are so many problems we face in Liberia, ranging from career development specialties, and then going up to salaries and all of those things. If you come to Liberia, in Liberia we actually do what we call general nursing. So you go to Cottington, you go to other university, UMU, maybe Macon, you graduate as a general nurse. So you graduate as a general nurse. Yes, you don't have specialties. So in Liberia, you don't have neonatology, we don't have pediatrician, we don't have GYN, we don't have intensive care nurses, we don't have psychiatric nurses. So we are not having a career ladder to force ahead, and this is actually not good for Liberia healthcare system, because if you see the healthcare system, it's not just going to be you know it all. And so somebody needs to specialize somewhere. I hope this is not an attack to all of our colleagues that didn't understand us. You see, in the country, or the investment I done in the other countries of her worker, like in medical doctors, the guy who was neurosurgeon, cardiology, GYN, pediatrician, but you are, in my mind, you are just wasting the money in Liberia. Because you train a doctor and neurosurgeon.
Let's just stick with the nurses, Benjamin. What's the problem right now you guys are facing?
What I'm saying, because you don't have neurosurgeon. Nurses are not specialized, because if you say you have neurosurgeon and there is no neurology nurse, there is no oncology, there is no cardiology, there is no GYN, there is no pediatrician. So nurses are not specialized. You just have one special nurse. You nurse. So there's no specialty. That's just one aspect for our patient. Then let's go to the where we sell. Yep. You go to where you sell. Let's go to our various hospital. You go to schools and learn everything, but the material to work with, you don't have it available, right? Sorry, let me not be personal on my real self. I got my daughter keep telling me, say, my throat hurting. And I feel pity and say, you don't see the material to check in her throat. I currently had to drive from Magibi County here tonight. You don't have dental nurse. In the whole county, your teeth hurting, you might come to Monrovia. There's no material, no dental nurse in Magibi County. I guess there is no dental nurse in the other county. There is no material to work with in the county. So these are not even good for our own population. And so in our healthcare setting, you see patients dying right before you. You got the idea to save the patient, but you don't have the drug to work with. You don't have the drug, you don't have the material. You just don't have it. Let's go back to salaries, right? I work in our public health sector. The person earning the highest salary in Liberia as a nurse is now about $260. That is the disservice to the study. That is the disservice. So you see, in as much as nurses take oath to serve, but they didn't take oath to die because the salary is not encouraging. You got. If you see the disparity between salaries, you see in the sense that you got our nurses in the hospital, and at the end of the day, people intend sometimes bending their anger and our patients, which they should not do, because let's go back beside the salary. Those are even earning salary. Since 2019 was the last time government of Liberia employed a nurse in Liberia. So go back, you got nearly 60-70%. I mean, that had the exact number because I'm not doing a research, but from the outcry, you got up to 60-70% of our nurses volunteering. I mean, working for FREE, free or time, and not earning a single dime when the more in. How do you expect the guys to be?
Let me pause you because of time. Everyone got to ask the question. I'm not going to ask my second question because I won't give the. But just briefly though, how long you been on representing the nurses? How long?
I am been in the employed. I'm been representing since 2019. 2019, I'm a vice president for operations.
Thank you.
In 2022, I became president proper for the nurses in Liberia. And
Thank you very much. Just to go over it, you talk about salary, you talk about equipment, you talk about material, you talk about everything plus more. You guys are having a serious issue, Mr. Duadu. Yeah, we are. Just the nurses went to the doctor or the physician assistant yet. Mr. Duadu, your question.
Thank you so much. Ms. Benjamin, what's your last name again? I just want to be
absolute. My last name is Swami, S-U-A-M-E-Y.
Yeah, Swami. I want to say this. This is our name. When you say it's a nativity, has a wrong connotation for it, but it's our name. But I want to go to the doc over there, Dr. Siyawata Kamana. And when I was listening to you when you were speaking, you did say JFK Hospital is properly equipped. It has the personnel to cater to people in this country. And I do understand there are some problems at the hospital as it related to salary, etc. If this hospital is properly equipped, why do our government officials leave this country every single time they get a call to go elsewhere to seek medical help? Why do they do that?
Mr. Dualu, thank you for the question, but I just want to bring clarity. I actually didn't comment on the equipment of JFK. I mentioned I was the former CMO.
Okay.
But to answer your question, I think there's lack of confidence in us in the health sector, and it's two ways. We have to earn the respect of the public, but there's a lot of negative. We, unlike other sector, I can be live and I say I'm saving life. When we're busy doing our work, we're not there showcasing what we're doing. Not everyone that comes to JFK dies. Not everyone that comes to JFK doesn't have a bed. Not every nurse or doctor in JFK is rude, but it's the negative news sells.
Okay.
Now to go back to our government officials and other people, if they didn't have the option, if I can't speak for this government, and by disclaimer, I'm not. My views are saying I'm my own.
Correct.
As a private citizen. I'm no longer a government official. I'm no longer employed at JFK. So I just want to give a disclaimer. This is free advice from a person who has been a doctor for 20 years, who has served in the public sector in JFK for 12 years. So that's where it's coming from. My thinking is, if government officials and other people have to pay, if it's out of their own pocket, that they have to pay to travel, I think they'll be curtailed. If the government were to say, go to JFK, and if it cannot be handled in JFK, and JFK recommends referral, not you recommend your own referral, but if JFK say it can be done in JFK, and you say I want to travel, then you pay for your own travel. I think if we do something like that, the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, everyone will invest in JFK, because they will know that if I have an emergency and I can't afford, or I don't have the time to leave, JFK is all I have left. There will be investment in JFK. So those are my thoughts. But it's
Alright.
it's lack of confidence in our system, and you know, when you put what you put in is what you get out.
I agree.
If you invest in the sector, you know, let me give an example. The women that men can spend money on, they say where your treasure in your heart is.
That's
The
right.
people they spend money on are the woman they can't leave.
Correct.
When you not build house for that woman, you not buy things for her. You know, you can find it hard to leave that kind of. So if we invest in our health sector, we will have confidence in it. But when we know the budget that we gave, it can reach, and we know that there are no supplies, we'll not want to go there and be embarrassed. So, those are just my thoughts.
My last quick question, I will come back to you again.
Okay.
And I'm going to say this. JFK has a special place. I was born in JFK.
Okay.
Let me just say this. And here's the thing for me.
Mhm.
You worked in that space for at least 12 years, like you said. Your fair assessment.
Mhm.
Just you're not there no more. You're private citizen. You want to go get it.
Well,
But do you really believe
Mhm.
this hospital has the potential to do what it's designed to do if we properly fund this place?
Definitely, emphatically, yes. You know, I served in the wards. I was a consultant. I'm a pediatrician by profession. I've been a pediatrician for 13 years. I'm a medical doctor for 20 years. I also taught. I'm a faculty chair at the college. I teach specialists and medical students. So don't mind the small face. I thank God for my grandmother and I got good genetics. They say I don't have a baby face, but I was born in the 70s. We'll leave it at that. But JFK, yes, I took JFK. JFK was my life, you know, and I've served in 2 administrations. I served as a consultant during the Ellen government, and I've served as a CMO during Weah's government. And I've seen the changes in the last 6 years. The workforce has increased from 600 to about just under 1,000. The number of doctors and the quality of doctors have improved. We now have about 10 different doctors. So we have, I like to use from head to toe. We have a neurosurgeon. We have, so that's the brain. We have ophthalmologists, which do surgery on the eye and treat the eye. We have eye, nose, and throat ENT surgeons. We have maxillofacial that take care of the face and the bone, and a dentist. He's a dentist with maxillofacial. So if you break your jawbone, he can take care of that. We also have orthopedic surgeons that take care of your bones. We have urologists that take care of male-related issues. We have general surgeons, and I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. Someone's going to get upset, but we have all.
Neurologists?
Yeah,
Do you have
neurosurgeon.
cardiologists?
No, those are in physicians. So the surgeons alone, we have about 10. But like he said, the surgeons can operate on their own. So after they do amazing surgery and they post-op care, if the nurse is not equipped or trained to take care of your patient, the outcome will be poor. So we invested in that. But we need to get the gains and get the results that we want. We need to invest in the middle level health sector, the nurses, the PAs, the pharmacists. They all need to come on board, or else we'll not see the results we want. So JFK has already improved in terms of manpower, human capacity. Even though it's not complete, we started that improvement. Infrastructure.
Majority of Liberian doctors or foreign?
Yes, I'm talking about Liberian doctors. The ones that are listed are Liberians. I can call their names. They are Liberians. We have more Liberian. So there are about 100 doctors at JFK. 30 are on the JFK payroll. Yeah. And then we have about 60 through the postgraduate program, residents that are in training. They are the ones doing the work. So I want to hats off to our residency program and LCPS. We also have faculty. We have international doctors. So, for example, we have 2 Ethiopian radiologists that do X-rays and CT scan. And hands down, we have the best. Throughout Liberia, they seek our. I'm not facing the screen. They seek. I'm looking at Douala. You're captivating me. So we have radiologists from Ethiopia, and people go there for their reports. They will do CT scans at other centers, and they want JFK radiologists to report on them. Yes, we have Ethiopian maxillofacial. We have a cardiologist from Nigeria. We have a dialysis center. So people don't have to travel. We do have dialysis at JFK, and we've trained our own nurses. So they haven't had the certification, but we've had training for them. And we want to, so there's dialysis nurses by training and not, and not a formal program where they've been certificated.
Okay.
And we also have an ICU that is functional. All the crises that happened, they all ended the November 20th. That the patient involved. The accidents that happened during the campaign, they're at JFK. And we have an ICU. We now have 4 anesthesiologists. Before it was nurse anesthetist. An anesthesiologist is the person that basically puts you to sleep, almost like you die, and they wake you up again during surgery, So, and they man the ICU. So we have one Liberian. Hats off to Dr. Noah, Gonkanu Noah. He returned about a month ago. But we have 2 Nigerian and 1 Ethiopian. And they're doing incredible work. So, and we train our nurses. We fought, and these are things I'm proud of. We train our Liberian nurses to man the ICU. We're still waiting to send them abroad, but we train them on ground. We also train in radiology. We have nurses that are doing ultrasound and are doing other. We trained 4 nurses that are, when they got a certificate through a program with Rite Aid, they had 1 year training. So training is taking place. I just want to tell Mr. Swami at JFK, I want to give hats off to my nursing directress, Mrs. Roslyn Bala. She's fighting. She's a general, and we are, they are being seen, they're being heard, and things are happening. So there's a lot of infrastructural changes that are taking place. When I was reading through the turnover note that was prepared, and I was so proud. It was like our report card. Despite the challenges. Despite the lack of funding, there was a lot that we did in terms of infrastructure. However, the issues that continue to exist are supply chain, lack of drugs. Because if you get a certain allotment that can only last 2 months, how will you meet the demand? So, and then also we have issues of customer service. That's a chronic problem that is being worked on. Every week, every other week, there's some in-service training. We have issues of bed space, no bed. So those are things that can be worked on. JFK is a big compound.
That's good.
Yeah, so there's hope.
I mean, you explained a lot. I have tons of questions. My other guys have a comment. One of my last questions was the kind of doctors that are being trained at our local medical hospital in terms of the specialty. I know you list a bunch of specialties as it relates to doctor. What doctoral training is actually offered at this DCLT?
Okay, so the AM Dogliotti College of Medicine, the university, the only medical school in Liberia, and I want to recognize it's been in existence, I think, since 1968. I'm not an alumni, but I think I want to associate. I wish I was, but I'm very proud. During the war, there were talk of closing down the medical school. And if they did that, we'll be in trouble because it is Liberian doctors that are on the forefront. During Ebola, foreigners ran away. They left. It was Liberian doctors. During the COVID, it was Liberian doctors. So I want to salute and appreciate the medical school and the doctors that were trained in Liberia. I wasn't trained in Liberia. I was trained in South Africa. But I appreciate the work, the ingenuity, because you learn to improvise with what they're actually very brilliant. Given the opportunity and the exposed, they have gone out of the country and they've proved themselves. We have Liberians that are specializing outside that were trained in Liberia, like the current president of the Liberian Medical and Dental Association, Dr. Ian Cassell. He's a Dogliati grad. He did his general surgery here. Then he went to Senegal and he became a urologist. And he's doing exceptionally well. So Dogliati, and I want to appreciate the Vice President of Health Sciences, Dr. I love her so much, Dr. Bernice Down. She's a mentor to me. She was the second 2 ministers ago. She was the Minister of Health. She's now the Vice President. She's a formidable force, and she's transforming the Dogliotti. The curriculum has been revised. It used to take 9 years plus to become a doctor. It's been shortened down to 7 years.
After bachelor's?
Yeah, so now you don't have to do a degree.
Okay.
You can go straight from high school. There's a new curriculum. So, and I hope one day you can bring the medical. I don't want to talk for them. There's a dean, but what they're doing is incredible. So hats off. We also have a postgraduate program, Liberia College of Physicians and Surgeons, which was established in 2013. I'm a founding fellow I was the first faculty chair for the pediatrics department. I'm so proud because when I came, there were no Liberian pediatricians in country. And now we have over 20. You know, I've reproduced myself so I can retire now. And so I can retire. So we've trained over 125 specialists, internal medicine, general surgeons, obstetric gynecologists. Who am I forgetting? Internal medicine, pediatrics. Yeah. Okay. We also have ophthalmologists. We have psychiatrists. So Dr. Richardson, we don't have training for psychologists, but we are training psychiatrists in country. And we also have a family medicine program in collaboration with ERWA.
You guys, I heard that only Dr. Harris was the only psychiatrist.
Oh, that's old news.
Okay.
We now have 3 psychiatrists. Dr. Harris can retire now.
Okay, that's good.
He can retire. So we training on ground in country, and the missing link. A chain is only as strong as its missing link. I agree. And the missing link is to bring the rest of the health sector over. On government of Liberia payroll, you have about under 10,000 health workers. Only half of them are clinicians. The rest are support staff, payroll, administrative staff. Of those 5,000, about half are nurses. Doctors are less than 500, 400.
4.6%.
4.6%. So about 400 of 10,000.
The entire country.
Yes, on government payroll. So you have others in the private sector. So the majority of the workforce are not doctors. And Liberia, of a population of over 5 million, how much can 400 doctors do? Absolutely. So to strengthen the health system, we actually need. That was why I thought it wise to bring the other unsung heroes, to explain that we need to advocate that we need to raise the bar and bring them over. Because if you do those who are statisticians, if you do a bar graph and you do the percentage, doctors are just that 4%. So even if you gave 100% to the 4%, how much change, how much results are you going to get? But if you look at the 50%, and even if you gave 50% to the 50%, you'll get a higher yield. So if the new administration, if they can invest more in the middle level cadre of staff, the PAs, the nurses, the midwives, the laboratory technicians, etc., you will get a greater yield. I think our infant mortality and maternal mortality, our indicators will improve. And I think I just want to really, this show wasn't about me. And I really want to turn the attention back to, I want to give Theophilus a chance to speak. I beg.
Sis Glendy, it's up to you. Appreciate
So
it.
hello everybody. Benjamin, I want to appreciate you for being very organic and transparent. I have a personal story about JFK that I'm not going to go into, but I appreciate you speaking truth to power about what your limitations are and what things that you all need, because I know my father died at JFK, but that's for another story. And that's not why we're here today. But I identify that there are issues and there are things that JFK needs to get better. So let's not kid ourselves. We can do better if you have the supplies and the necessary trainings and stuff that you need. So I want to appreciate you. Dr. Kamano, also to you, I'm taking a little bit aback when you say in your opening statement that we don't need experts to come here, but you're naming that you went to school in South Africa to become an expert. And you're telling us that you have Nigerian doctors and that you have people from Ethiopia. Me as a Liberian in the health sector, and Dr. Francine, a Liberian in the health sector, when we hear you say that, how should we feel?
Okay, so I think there's probably connectivity problem. I quote, we don't only need experts. I use the word only. Because in Liberia, we have a tendency of only liking, we think that when it comes from outside, it's the best. I made that statement and I said, we don't only need experts. Only.
But you don't only have experts now. You have Liberians like Benjamin and yourself who has subsequently become an expert. So when I'm listening to you as a Liberian who does not live in Liberia, I'm taken aback, but I have to be fair and balanced. I'm
Yeah,
taken
so I
aback
said,
by that statement.
yeah, I said you didn't hear me well. I said we don't
Okay.
only need, meaning the experts, the expats, people from outside have a role, but it
Okay.
cannot be. They can't stand alone, because the feeling is that we need to bring people from outside, and that's the feeling. Our people go just and proof of that is people seek care outside. You getting me? People
Yes.
that can afford, they will go outside. They don't trust us, so they feel that once you're from outside, you're better. And this is to the credit. I'm trying to encourage Liberians, and they have those of us on ground, that we have experts in country. Look around and make use of the experts in country.
But in collaborate, I'm okay
Yes,
with that. I just needed it to
in
be
collaboration,
clarified because
not only
I don't want to
outsiders.
move away from here feeling that way. I think in collaboration, because of course you're on ground, we have to appreciate the work that you all are doing. So I want to ask you, I also heard you say that you were elected as CMO.
Mhm.
Is that something new? Because when I read the executive laws, the CMO is appointed.
Mhm.
Was it something new that you were elected? Would you like to speak on that, just so I understand?
No problem. It's water. I know it's water or the
Water
duck
under the bridge, but we still need
under the
some
bridge.
clarity.
So I'm free now. I can speak my truth.
Okay.
So there was an act that established JFK in 1972. JFK is going to be 53 years old this year in July. In 2013, the act was amended and it was approved in August of 2014. Originally, the officers of the JF Kennedy Medical Center, it was called the General Administrator and the CMO, were appointed by the President of Liberia and subject to confirmation by the Senate. That was 1972. Up until 2014, during Ellen administration, we had a PhD nurse, and the act was changed. The act was changed, and in the 2014 act says the function of the board is to appoint officers. Now, fast forward to 2018. I joined the team in September of 2018. During the transition, there was a transition team, and the organogram, the structure of JFK is such that you have the officers, the chief executive officer, the deputy for administration, the deputy CEO for administration, deputy CEO for health, and then you have the board of directors, of which you have statutory members, of which the Minister of Health, Justice, Education, Finance, plus the nursing board, the medical board, and other people. And then over the board, the president of Liberia is the grand chancellor of the board. So I'm not a legal person, so disclaimer. So my interpretation of it is the board can vet. The board can vet and nominate, give a name to the president, which he can appoint. But in the case of 2018, the president appointed the CEO. The president appointed the deputy CEO for administration. That was in February and March. The then CMO stayed during the transition up to like August. There was a very long, drawn out vetting process, of which I was a victim. The process required a fellow. I never spoke my piece. I held my peace and got forth my bottle. The requirement, they add on the e-mention, they wanted a fellow for the position of CMO. There were only two fellows, the outgoing CMO and myself. Let me put it this way. Those who are non-medical, you have BSc, you get masters, you get PhD. So in medicine, a general doctor is like a BSc. A specialist is a master's. A consultant is a fellow. It's like a PhD level. So they were looking for PhD level. So we had people that were more brilliant than me. They were deuce. But guess what? They were masters. Then take it to the law body. You got attorney at law and you get counselor at law. So no matter how much, if you do the Louis Grimes Law School exam, you do, but you're attorney at law and they're looking for counselor at law. No matter how much you do, you cannot preside over counselor at law. So that was the issue. There are some other things that I'll be diplomatic and not mention.
Yeah.
So it's best known to them. The only exam I ever failed in Liberia, that was that exam. I never failed in my life, but I failed that exam. But to God be the glory. The issue, they were taking long to come up with a CMO. So the Grand Chancellor of the board, since he appointed CEO and appointed Deputy CEO of Administration, he figured since the board can't come to a conclusion, I was appointed. Long story short. And the board approved. The board then approved all the appointments. So fast forward. So in conclusion, in the act, it says the board is to appoint. The board is supposed to vet. Currently, we have all been relinquished. Dr. Brown and I have vacated. We pack our bags. The board is to vet and appoint. But the president, in his wisdom, and I trust the wisdom of President Mabwaka.
That was a diplomatic statement.
Yes, I also trust the wisdom and the capacity, the decision-making capacity of the board. And the board chair, I want to give a shout out to my own minister. I want to give a shout out to Madam Louise Poto, Dr. Poto. We say thank you there. The board chair, the other members are yet to be confirmed. So can the health sector, can the patients continue to suffer and wait? Something needs to be done, but there should be a vetting process, and it's very clear. You know, and we have examples from Justice and from Ministry of Defense. There may be political appointments, but it must be in line. You see, the army got structure. I'm not an army person, but I hear they got first. The private first class.
Yeah, talk to me. I was in the army. I would let you know.
Local.
Talk to me. Listen,
private first class.
Yeah. Dr. Kamano, talk to me. I will let you know. Don't worry. I know exactly.
They got private first class. Then
3 days.
They got corporal. Huh? Then they got sergeant.
They got sergeant. They got lieutenant. They got first, second, lieutenant. They got.
Captain, you get major.
Exactly.
Then you go to the lieutenant then.
I think I was a captain. Let me leave it there. Don't put out
colonel. They got full colonel. Then you go to the general.
Then I was a captain.
Then you get lieutenant general. There is no way sergeant, staff sergeant can be over the army.
I want to bring in Jackie. Let Jackie ask a question because we way out of time. The representative is in the studio. We have to move on with him. But Representative Kuhn is in studio. I want to give Jackie the chance. Thank you very much, Asido, for question time. Madam Jackie McKay, do you have any question?
Basically just more of a statement and comment. First of all, my hat off to our healthcare workers. A lot of them work very, very hard, even in the rural areas. It's no question that there are a lot of challenges with the healthcare sector. But I think above the challenges, if we want to be real, it is administrative more than funding, lack of funding, or anything else. We have to have real administrators in the healthcare sector so that we have the right cartridges of healthcare workers across the board, so that we have adequate medical supplies across the board, and drugs and what have you. So as we move forward to improve the healthcare sector, whether it's at JFK or any other healthcare sector in the country, we have to look at the administrative aspect of things in order for us to really fix the healthcare sector. When you can fix that, the HR reform policies, I mean, you got healthcare workers in the rural areas and what have you, they don't have adequate housing. They go, and a lot of people are volunteers, like what
Theo just said. A lot of them are volunteers, a lot of them are working, but then what's the incentive for them to work very hard if they are not really paid? So cleaning up the payroll in the healthcare sector should be priority number one, so that we can bring on board the real healthcare workers who are throughout the country are working. So there are a lot of things that need to be fixed in the healthcare sector. But kudos to all the healthcare workers. The Ministry of Health is the second largest ministry in the Republic of Liberia after the Ministry of Education. And we got to take the healthcare sector seriously, because health is everybody's business. So that's all I'm going to say for now.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I don't know how the women usually do this. You babysit and you work. So
Give me 1 minute now.
I'm in and out because I got a babysit grandson. But that Commander, how's your son?
My son is
Stand up. Give me 1 minute. Oh.
Your son doing fine?
He allowed Theophilus to speak. If I leave from here and Theophilus doesn't speak, it will not go down well with me. So I beg you, please bring.
Okay, I said, can you pose your question to Theophilus, please?
Yeah, sure. Definitely. Dr. Siawata and Benjamin and Theo, I want to say hi to you people. I want to personally congratulate you for all you do. We know it is not easy with the challenges that you guys have. You still stand up for our health. You are our hero. Thank you so very much. And I want to say, no matter what you earned or those you represent earn, I think it's way more below the sacrifices you give, no matter how you term it. And so you're doing good. But I just wanted to make few corrections here. I know you spoke of the issue of salary. I didn't hear you very rightly. In my mind, you said I think the highest being made by nurses should be around 150. If I'm right, I'm not quite certain of that. But when you were
that was after you harmonized them, Isaac Joe. So is that what you want to say?
Yeah, I come in now. So when you were speaking, I placed calls to nurses, actual nurses that work in the Ministry of Health and other centers. I was informed by one nurse who and I worked on our Outbreaks Youth program that she makes $323 plus 11 to 15,000 Liberian dollars. I also spoke with an HR person at the Ministry of Health as well, who also confirmed that indeed people are making 150 because President Weah took the minimum wage from down to 150, but there are people who make 200, 250, though it is still small, but that is the fact. And then the second one that has to do with employment, I know you said there has been no employment since 2019. It's pretty much debatable because I can confirm though that you should know. We know in 2019 when the USAID FARA program dried up, there were some 900 or so nurses that made their way on GOL payroll, but there have been replacements over time. More nurses that volunteers made their way, someone who leave, maybe someone pass out. So there have been those kind of things. And I know of about 832 nurses across 8 counties that actually that affected. So those are actually factual story. But Dr. Zia, I wanted to just ask you very quickly, please. You were at the JFK. A lot has happened over time, though we still got challenges. Just in 1 minute or less, can you just give a little summary of things that were not there when you went there and things that are there now after you left? Just
not to say I don't go through it.
The politics coming in now. You want to say we are did this?
Do not allow us to do.
Can I allow me to have?
Let me give him a small cherry. Isaac,
it's about the cell CDC, not the healthcare sector.
Allow the
Let's be balanced. Let's be balanced. I serve in both Ellen administration. I've been in JFK throughout Ellen and through Ellen and we as administration. Right. And there were things that both did well and there are things that both could do better. I was in leadership in this last administration, and I think we didn't have the funding that the previous administration had. So we had issues of shortages. That was something that we struggled with. But in terms of human capacity, in terms of infrastructural changes, in terms of services that are now available, it's been exponential. So in terms of, we had 600 staff, we have 1,000. We have different cadre of workforce. The postgraduate program is now at JFK. We have a dialysis center. We have ICU. We have CT scan, imaging. You know, those are some of the, and the environment is cleaner. You can walk through JFK, you don't have to hold your nose. So I want to, if I don't say this, God will punish me. I want to appreciate my boss, Dr. Jerry F. Brown, for his leadership, for the opportunity to serve with him. I also want to appreciate my co-deputy, Mrs. Dama Yakesinkofa, and the team that was there. We didn't achieve all. You know, I said to the transition team, we left some things for, we don't want to be overachievers. We left something for you to rescue. So they will try and rescue.
Dr. Kamano, we want to bring in. Thank you very much. So let's bring in Theophilo. We really got to go. We got a representative in the back. I'm begging, guys. I want to hear from Theophilo, the physician, the doctor aspect, the physician aspect. Give us your story briefly, sir. We know we have you guys again next week, Saturday, when the other gentleman is ready to come on. Then we'll have you guys again if you guys choose to come back, because we have more questions, not only the nurses. People are asking how many nursing school they have in the country. You know, how many clinical area people go to practice, and all these different questions that is so important. We cannot get into this. So Theo, talk to us, Theophilus. Where are you, sir?
So thank you very much for this opportunity. Again, I'm Theophilus Fire, representing the physician assistant and allied professionals in Liberia tonight. And let me take this time to salute all of my colleagues that are on duty now. They are sleepless night, and despite the challenges that Liberia faces, especially when it comes to the provision of our basic requirement to discharge our various duties, we stay, struggle within that, environment to make sure that life is safe. But however, the patients will always want better, and they will always need more than what you can afford to give them. So for tonight, basically, issues that affect the physician assistant profession in Liberia first. One of them, since 1964, the physician assistant profession was established in Liberia at Tottenham National Institute of Medical Art. Up to today's date, we are in 2024 today. That school have not been upgraded to bachelor's level. Other private schools have to come that charging almost $35 US per credit and open a program up to bachelor's level. It is up to today that school cannot offer a bachelor's degree. Yet them, they are working like kings, but living like slaves. And that, I want to put that as a challenge to the incoming health minister, who is the board chairperson for JFK Medical Center, by extension, oversight over Tottenham National Institute of Medical Art. I believe that her ability to even go ahead to earn PhD, it should also be our dream to see other people being elevated through the ladder of education as well. So again, the name physician assistant are technically next to the doctor in the clinical practice. But you found out that if you have capacity building for all of people, like those that we are deputizing, a doctor leave the post and you be your PA, because you are not trained to replace them, you cannot easily sit in their chair. So now we are challenging. Thank God my sister here, she's Sia Amtamba. We are challenging LCBS today to look at how they can amend that act to have a Liberia College of Medical Specialty, where they will have different faculty of different profession and different cadre, so that will not be opening multiple colleges in Liberia, but government will just use one stone to kill many breaths. If you train, for example, an ophthalmologist will not work alone. They need people to work alongside them. If they are not educated and knowledgeable about taking that function, you definitely going to have a zero-balance health sector. I always say this, Liberia is not running a sophisticated health system. Liberia is like running a primary health care based system. So in primary health care, you have a goal of a universal health coverage. A universal health coverage as a target, reaching health to those that cannot afford health, like health beyond 5 kilometers. For every 5 kilometers, you have a health facility. So physician assistants are technically like the last mile health. Last mile health is technically where you don't have health, you have physician assistants willing to go there to provide healthcare services for the population that are vulnerable. So again, let me bring this to your attention, Honorable Stanton. Health is different from medicine. Health is targeting a global population. Medicine is treating individual patients. So we need to look at those things too. Technically, when we're discussing health, Liberia, is our problem medicine or our problem is health? So obviously there is diversity in training right now. Even you do physician assistant profession, you need to be trained in preventive medicine as well.
So can we, Dr. Commando Theophila, I'm sorry, Benjamin, can we just announce while we're on the show today that we'll have you guys next Saturday. We will remove all the other schedule if you guys are willing to come back, and I hope you can bring the other gentlemen. That we can have. This is very important to me personally. And I think it is important to all Liberians out there also. That I'm not going to go into the acid tribe who brought this, who didn't. Our system need improvement. The brother said yes, they pay us, but it's not too. Listen, let me say this: if you do not have enough clinical practice, where do you send your student? JFK is overcrowded. ELWA is a private hospital. You talk about how you call them, Catholic hospital. Where are the students doing the practical, which is so important? Where are the doctors going to do the practical? They all just cannot go around JFK. And everybody that doctors, nurses are doctors. Is this so? I mean, we are not to the midwifery yet. So it's a whole holistic form that we need to discuss for our people to understand us. If we cannot do this, again, Jackie will come back after 6 years and say, but Dr. Sia Commando, what do we do when you're at JFK? Then Dr. Sia Commando will say, okay, we did X, Y, and Z under this administration, and we're going to wait again for the next administration to rescue. I don't want us to do that. Let's do it now. Let's talk about the budget for the doctors. How much are they making? The nurses, how much are they making? Not only the doctor and the nurses, the first line, who are the technical folks, and, the technical staff. Let's talk about them. They say the CNA, certified nursing assistant, the other name you guys have for them, the lab, is different. So we'll beg you guys to come back next week, Saturday. Come back like you come to discuss this issue. Let's do more research and let's help our Liberian understand where we are. So to you, Dr. Commando, my sister-in-law.
In Christ.
Yes, sister in Christ. Yeah, I'll get in trouble tonight. To Theophilus and Benjamin, we want to say thank you. I hope we can come next week, Saturday, to discuss this issue.
Thank you.
So, yeah, it's not a bad thing, it's good. You are the host, and we are like strangers, and you have the final say. The stranger always say, I can't eat your I can't eat this. But when the stranger father says, this is what I have, you don't take it and go. Of course, we have to accept it. And where we are, we really talk on the branding issues. We just talk on something that we can move forward. But however, that Saturday schedule will be appreciated. And I hope I will not be sitting very long with you again. No,
the thing is that it will be your show now. So everybody will have their own mic and we'll have a full discussion. That I can tell the CEO, Madam Titi. Thank you very much.
So let me just again have a parting statement. I would not say anything more than Theo has said. We cannot we didn't even catch the iceberg, and we did not say much that we will say. But again, think that is where we can start. We appreciate it. If you want to pick up on Saturday, because I want to dispute the particular figure given by Doe. I want him to give me the finding, and I also want him to tell me when these things came into fold. I have been in the employ of the government since 2011. I was the second batch of employment since government started employing after the Hitler period. So I want to really, when Doe is coming on Saturday, I want him to bring his source of information, and I will bring mine as well. And so I want you to give us enough time on Saturday, and I will appreciate it a lot. Kindly, so we can stop here. We appreciate we'll stop here. But I beg on Saturday, let us talk enough as there are much to talk about. Thank you so much.
Permit me to appreciate the host and the panel for this opportunity to showcase what is happening in Liberia. And I want to salute all health workers, from the housekeepers to our security to the dietary service to the transporters, to groundkeeping, just everyone that makes the hospital what it is. You don't know the importance of your little toe until you stomp it, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, sometimes we forget to tell them thank you. So I want to appreciate them. And thank you, host Stanton and the team for having us. And before we go, I don't want to go. I just want to bring clarity to the salary issue. Certain at JFK, our nurses were earning $350 to $600. Supervisor, I don't want to, you know, give people salaries. So it might be in certain circumstances, like JFK week, our nurses carry home close to the figure that Mr. Doe talked about. It's different from the Ministry of Health. JFK is an autonomous agency, so our salaries are higher. And then my statement, I just want to say it was a bit of a humor when I said we left something to be rescued, meaning that there's still work to be done.
Yeah.
And I think we were transparent with the team, with the transition team. We listed over 50 achievements. And if the next time I come, we can explain in detail what the team, not me, but Dr. Brown and the team on ground achieved. But
I know you're coming Saturday, Dr. Commander. Sorry to interrupt you. The Saturday you are coming, let me ask you, the 22nd of January, 12 noon, when the president said, well, everybody should step aside. Did everybody step aside at your place of work?
Well, we didn't step aside immediately because it's a hospital. And we
I
didn't
talk
want
about now. Have everybody step aside now?
So effective the 8th of February. So on the 7th of February, an officer in charge was appointed by the president, and he presented himself to me on the morning of February 8th. And within 3 hours, I packed up my office. I cleared everything. The next day, I turned over my keys, and I left. I removed myself from all the JFK chat groups. I returned JFK property, and I'm home. So whatever is happening at JFK, I see whatever I see on social media, and whatever I see, I'm as good as that. So I know I have. Whether other people haven't left, I think Spoon can best go and investigate that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Commander. Again, it's good seeing you, sister. Theophilus and Benjamin, as always. We'll see you guys next Saturday. I will talk to Madam Titi. Then we'll give you guys 2-3 hours for us to talk on this issue.
That's a really big. I will appreciate it on Saturday. I will really be ready.
And I'm hoping our Minister of Health can come. I want to extend.
Yeah, I will reach out to. I can reach out to Dr. Poto, but if you can, I appreciate. Let's talk about health. Yeah,
that would be a long time for all of us.
Yeah, so there will be a full representation from the sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pray for us. We need your help. You know, people who keep talking about JFK, they're cutting their nose to spite their face. They still have family. Everybody can travel. You know, all the major accidents that took place, they showed. The burns, the November 20th, it all fell in JFK hands. So we need your help. I'm no longer there, but I'll always advocate for JFK. I'll be an ambassador for JFK. So I
thank you very much.
Of my youthful time there. So
thank you very much. Again, have a good evening. We'll talk to you folks. Thank you for following us on this wonderful conversation. We'll be back Saturday with the health team, as you can see. Dr. Commander and the rest of the practitioners out there that we hope to have the health minister, Dr. Poto, and we'll discuss the issue about JFK and the health sector in the country. All right, now we'll just move this thing to politics. I know Acid do try to squeeze politics in, something that he loves to do, but we're going to discuss this. We have Representative Richard Cohn. Representative Richard Cohn is here with us. We're going to bring him on, and then we'll talk about the issue at hand. So while we start to bring Richard Cohn on, the guys working in the back, the representative, I want to bring to your attention what is happening. Now, I put this in this. I mean, look at you got Yemane Piesse. I think that's her name, right? Yemane Piesse. And I got the governor. Asido. What is Yemane position? You are muted, Asido. I'm sorry. Can somebody help me? Jackie, are you with us?
I think, wasn't she at LPRC?
No, she's a central bank, man. You probably old school, man.
She's deputy governor.
You jumped down. You ginger.
Yeah, man. So,
She's the
so we got,
deputy governor for banking operations.
The
okay.
man know what the woman position
And we
is.
got no, really, I really want to know her though. And we got Governor Talu, that's the name, right? Talu Jr.
Yes.
Okay, so the reason why we are putting the picture is based on this story, and thank God we have Representative Richard Coon. He's going to be joining us. I want you guys to please listen. It's very important. Something about 83 point something million dollars. Honor the George Manawea government before they left. Again and again and again. Samuel Tua with no respect of system structure. He forced people's hand, told the president, we need some money. We'll not be able to pay civil servant for the month of November, October, December, come into January, so we need some money. And without the approval from the legal body, the body which is the legislature, guess what? They ran with this thing. Now, did they break the law? This amount of money, did somebody break the law? So we are glad to have the representative, Richard Coon. He wrote, after digging, he wrote, and he said he needs some answer to these things. He confused. He tried to figure out what's happening. Nobody can give him an answer. So he met some of his colleagues and said, we need to do some documentation and ask what's going on here. You got the letter, it's in front of you, and it was signed by Representative Richard Nagbe Coon. Here we are. He wrote to the dear Mr. Acting Speaker, Thomas Fala, who is a deputy speaker acting at the time, requesting more information on this amount, 83.05 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not use my mouth to chew their pepper. I'm going to bring onto the show right now, Honorable Richie Nagbe Coon. Welcome to the show, Honorable. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Good evening to all of you. It's a pleasure to be on the program this evening.
Thank you very much, Honorable Coon. I believe I did something easy good. I hope I did this. I laid this out the right way. But here we are. You are here because you want us to discuss this money that was loaned by Samuel Tua and the George Manawea government. Now you have the chance, sir. Can you tell Liberian what actually took place?
Okay, thank you so very much again. According to the PFM law of 2009, Section 36, Count 3, it prevents the central bank from borrowing from the reserve to be placed into the consolidated account, especially if the Ministry of Finance want to borrow such money for any reason. The central bank in such nature will have contacted the legislature to approve of any borrowing from the reserve for the Liberian people's salary as requested by the former finance minister. So we've noticed from our research that during the argument on the basis of balances pronounced by the previous president and the president now on the controversy of the 14 million and 20.5 million as pronounced by the two presidents, that brought in our own investigation to start finding out where the differences came from. And it may surprise you that while in our own research, we noticed that in the consolidated account, balances in the consolidated account are actually balances from revenue, especially when it comes to looking at performances. So if you want to determine the balance in the consolidated account as it relates to the balances, it is incumbent upon the finance minister to use the appropriate formula in the PFM law. And the formula states that revenue minus all of the expenditure minus new borrowing meaning that the new borrowing will have been any amount that you credited or took from the consolidated account by instruction from the Ministry of Finance and approved by the board governor without respect to the legislature. That amount in that consolidated account will also be subtracted. Because if you leave such an amount in the consolidated account, it will contradict the performance of revenue. It means that that borrowing amount will reflect itself in the consolidated account as a revenue as well. So it was incumbent upon the former finance minister to have subtracted any new borrowings that would have been found within the consolidated account. So what we noticed while doing our analysis, we found out that there were 50.3 million used for salary as approved by the board governance request from the finance ministry, and then another 32 point some million, 32 plus million approved in December. Cumulative came out to 83.05 million. And that borrowing is in violation of the PFM law. Even the IMF standing rule do not allow the finance ministry to borrow from the central bank. It was incumbent upon that we flag these things to plenary to do further due diligence and investigate why it is government approved a resolution in contravention of our PFM Act without referring to the legislature for approval. And we thought that because of that, the former finance minister misled the former president in giving him the figure that he pronounced as 40 point some million as what was reflected in the consolidated account. Though you will look at it as a cash, but we are not using 100% cash basis. One would say the amount left of the 7 million, the amount left of the 83 million, which is balance 7 million that was still in the consolidated account, one would say it's a cash balance. I will agree with you if we were using the 100% cash basis. But since we adopted IPSA, we are now using a modified cash basis. And the modified cash basis will not recognize anything that has not been realized as a revenue in the consolidated account. So it was on this basis that I offer such communication to plenary to investigate. And I will also urge, since the president have also called for audit, I want to appeal to the president to further communicate with those governors to recuse themselves from the various positions, to allow the audit to be more independent and credible, to have a fruitful result. Because while you still presiding as a governor, you can impel or obstruct any audit during that time. So it is incumbent upon the president to do a communication to these governors to recuse himself or set aside while audit is ongoing. And then there was another communication also reflected the 41.3 million that the president is asking for to be able to carry on some operations due to the fact that the budget is still pending. Because the budget,
you are talking about the 112. We discussed part of that yesterday, and we'll ask you further on that. But let's just talk about what brought you in mainly tonight.
Okay.
Let everyone watching you, honorable representative, or you, everybody know you because you ran against Fonati Kofa. So now people will say, well, we know Representative Richard Nabekun. Let's talk about this budget. Did they break the law? And if you say yes, who broke the law?
The governors broke the law. The governor, the entire board of governors, the president governing the operation, all of the governors broke the law. They are in violation of the PFM law. 36 count 3 of that law prohibits the central bank to credit the finance ministry or any government agencies without approval or resolution from the legislature. And also is a violation to the IMF standing rule that prohibits the finance ministry to do any borrowing from the central bank.
So let me ask you a question. Their argument, because again, I'm not going to be the mouthpiece for the George Manaway assignment where, because everybody know actually we went against them because of this behavior. And thank God that we have Jose Yumabwaka. Let's talk about the Central Bank of Liberia, sir. The Central Bank of Liberia, their argument, what supersede what? That's the question I want to ask you. The act of the Central Bank, does it supersede the PFM law?
No, not at all. The PFM law is an embodiment of the entire Financial Management Act. I mean, every financial rules that contravene the PFM law supersedes. It's the Constitution of Liberia. The PFM law is the financial management rules that govern our entire financial systems in this country.
Let me put up, allow me, because I beg you, Representative Kuhn, have you seen the letter sent to the central bank at the time requesting for the amount?
Oh, I saw the resolution. I just forwarded the resolution. Have
you seen the letter that was sent to the central bank
requesting for the credit?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see the letter.
Let me see. Probably this is the letter. December 22, 2023. Let me share this with you. There's a reason why I'm putting all this up, because when the information came up, we did our own investigation. I'm going to send this, Minister Doe. Let me put it in the chat room for every one of us, and I will send it to Representative Kuhn. I really want you to take a look and help Liberian understand, because you are the accounting here right now. You are the man that will tell us whether what we're saying is true or false. This letter asking, and can you explain this letter once you see it? Let me share it. I thought I did. Can you help us understand, Representative Kuhn? I'm trying to read it. The ministry, this is a request. Okay. You see, and again, they sent it to the Deputy Governor for Operation from Weden Grant Joseph, July Platt, I think that's the name, Director Banking Department, request approval to receive Government of Liberia consolidated loan. So this is very important for us to talk about tonight. It's in the chat room, guys, and I just sent it to you, Representative Kuhn. So let's have some serious conversation here. If you read this letter, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning requested the CBL management to settle its obligation by increasing its consolidated loan portfolio by 50.2 million in addition to US 32.85 million to facilitate its December salary payment. The request from Ministry of Finance Development Planning was presented to the Board of Governors, and it was approved. Representative Kuhn, you didn't see this?
But even if such communication went to the governor, by right, they should also do the resolution and acknowledge us as the legislature that such a credit needed to be made because of the constraint. But there was no constraint in actual fact. The fact is that the last quarter of the year, our revenue generated from the LRA website, I noticed, was 127 million. So what did that money
I don't want us to go there yet, Yeah. Let's talk about that. You got a lot to tell Liberians tonight. But let me finish. Against this backtrack, the Board of Governors granted approval through a resolution, and an MOU was signed between the CBL and Ministry of Finance, and attested by the Minister of Justice in consideration of the obligation subject to all other condition as a string in this policy of the bank. So you have now the Minister of Justice signing on this thing. You have everybody now approving this thing. And there you go, thereby county asking management approval to proceed. There you go. All of this honor that government, all of this. And you saying that you guys you didn't see any. I'm going to share with you other documents to show that some members of your caucus of the House of Representatives were informed. Were you blindsided because you were running for election against how you call him, Speaker Kofa?
No, we're looking at the reality. Forget about that election. That election, we'll discuss it later. But the fact is that
no, I'm saying maybe you were so busy. That's what I'm saying.
No, but we were all there and we all fixed. We will have seen that resolution. By right, such communication sent to the governors and also attested by the Ministry of Justice. All those things are the formalities, but in real truth, that communication would have been also communicated to us, and we would have been authorized. We will have given an authorization, 83 million. In our small money, 83 million from the reserve. And we should have given that authorization as per the PFM law. There's no number of communication that will have given them the right to take such a loan without approval by the legislature. So that's the control mechanism. There's no level of, because they were all in the same CDC, COHU, and thinking that they were doing the ref, but they knew they were actually violating some big laws around. But they thought they could get away with it. Because I tell you, Stanton, if we go back, there will be more things that we will not discover that were done with all our knowledge. Because the fact is that if we can notice money coming at the dime meeting in November and December, there were other debts that were also owed previously, apart from the 83 million. There were other debts that were owed previously by the Ministry of Finance from the central bank, which is also.
So let me ask my last question. The rest of the guys will come in. Yeah. Under the condition of the, again, folks are watching and they're sending these questions. So let me let you know. Some very, very big people that we're talking about tonight, they are watching. I'm not going to call the name, but they are asking you the question. When did the IMF program end?
The IMF program should still be running, except maybe for the new government that just took over, decided not to run into the program. But the IMF program was still in existence all of the time that we were there. On the 54th, we still had the IMF program running. Because I remember that there was the IMF program that came to us, that told us about harmonizing, that our wage bill was too huge. They needed us to do some harmonization through number 12, took those staff, those bankers at the legislature. We discussed that. And then the program started running, and that program ran up to the time we know. I didn't see any time that the 50 under the previous government that told her that they diverted or they no longer part of the IMF program. But be as it may, even if you say you're no longer part of the IMF program that I'm not aware of, the fact is that we are under a standard called IPSAS. The international public sector accounting standard was adopted and in use, and we use the modified cash basis. So forget about IMF. IMF is just another violation.
The reason why I asked Representative Kuhn, the IMF program ends on December 10th.
Okay.
And it gave them their argument is that they gave the bull that open room to negotiate, as you can see. So when the request came, they're saying that the IMF program finished. This is the 22nd of December. Are they making a strong argument, sir?
No, not at all, because the first credit started in November, 50 point some more million. If you want to bring the IMF issue in, then I can still hold them. But the IMF issue is nothing in real frame. They have a level of the country want to be a part of it or not be part of it. But the fact is that if you can use 50.3 million in November, are you telling me that you were under the IMF program in November? If you said December 10 and you use 50.3 million, then we can hold you to that. then the 30 point some million that was used in December 22nd, then you say I'm a program, but be as it may, I'm talking about the PFM law. The PFM law, section 36, count 3 of the PFM law, did not give them the right to use this money without the approval of the legislature. So you cannot be on an IMF program and violate the PFM law. No.
Okay, let me bring the rest of the guys in. Let me bring them in. I'm going to go to Asido before I bring in my sisters. I just want to be correct on the record. It's saying that the ministry requested the CBL Asido management to settle its obligation by increasing its consolidated loan portfolio by 50.2 million. So you are saying that they have already used that in.
If you look at my letter, you see it. I
saw that in your letter, and that's why I want Liberian to understand. Asido, your question to represent the court.
Yeah, sure. Rep, how are you? Congratulations on your win. I know it's our first time talking. Going back into the house. I know you tried to challenge Representative Kofa. That was a good shot. Congratulations on that as well. You know, I really appreciate the fact that accountability is taking a hallmark of our democracy. All of us appreciate and embrace that. It is the right thing to do. When someone does something away from the law, it is good for our legislature to come on and ask questions and make sure the right thing's done. It is so. I applaud you for that. I will only ask you to go a little further, Senate Representative, and kindly request the executive through the president's office to give you folks real explanation of what the president did when he went to Ghana. That would be a good thing as well for the country. Kindly. But let me go through a few things. You know, I know people use voice all around, but some of us who are specialized in that field, we just listen and pass on. Now, the letter that I saw first requested for a loan. I have not gone through the PFM app word by word to know, but I wanted to just ask you my first question, Representative. Is there any difference between a loan and a credit? And what exactly is the lawmaker supposed to actually? Is it a loan and credit, both? Do you know if there's any difference between the two words?
The loan is the portfolio, the credit is the entry.
Come again?
The loan is the portfolio, the nomenclature used for the credit. So the credit is the transaction article attached to it. So you want the normal Englishman will say, I want credit from you. And we take it as a loan, as the account title, the loan or the portfolio. So they all can be interchangeably used, still mean the same thing. But at a different time, when the loan is in existence, it means I have a long term of payment, repayment. And then when you talk about credit, which you consider as a short term that should be paid within the fiscal period. So they all mean the same, but it depends on the gravity and the tenure of payment or resettlement.
Right.
So, yes.
So my second question, thinking about that, I mean, that can be argued, but the truth is, one thing, for instance, the IMF does not give loan, World Bank does not give loan, they give credit. Now, the reason why it is credit is not basically on the term of repayment, it is actually on the term of disbursement. So a loan is something you get in whole sum once you request for it. A credit is something you get part based on the usage. So if you needed 10 million and they give you all of the 10 million, it's a loan. If you want 10 million and they give you first 3 million, second 2 million, then it's a credit. So that's a big difference. The reason I ask, because sometimes we need to be sure of what the laws actually say. Because if the law places more emphasis on credit, Representative, than loan, it is a different thing. Again, I may be wrong, but finance-wise, that is the correct thing. Go to my second question, Senator. My understanding is all of the processes were followed, starting from the minister sending a request, going to the bank board coming together, approving that, and the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Finance, they all sign adding that amount of government's loan portfolio from the sole interest to pay civil servant salary, to pay you, to pay your extra sitting fee. Senator, what exactly is your main problem with getting access to finance somewhere to pay civil servants, including you? What's the real issue?
Okay, though the first thing, let's get a point of correction there. It is not a money from IMF. It's our own reserve.
Mhm.
It's our own reserve. So it is not outside funding. It is our own reserve. Maybe we have more than 220 million, and you decide to take 83 million from there to use. Meaning that you're crediting your portfolio, because the portfolio is just like a concurrent usage, like the consolidated fund where money come and flow in. So that crediting from our own reserve shall be approved by the legislature on the basis of the PFM law. It is not a loan or credit from IMF to say you're taking it from out there. Even if you're taking it from out there from IMF, that would have also been something that we should rectify as legislature. But we are restricting you. We are putting some control mechanism in place, so you can't just go and take money from the reserve and use it. So to take money from the reserve and use it, you need to consult the other branch of government who has oversight over your functioning. That's what the PFM law brings in, all of the control mechanism in place. So the central bank violated, it's 100% violation of taking money from the reserve, using it because you talk about salary. I agree our salary. We also say you won't pay our salary. If you constrain, come back to us, let's give you the approval. That's why we have an oversight over these things. If we don't effectively carry on our oversight work, that's how the lapses come about. Today you see that the central bank will just go and take 83 million. Just go and just take 83 million. All of the people that signed that document, they are formed within one branch of government. The Justice Ministry, the central bank governor, they are all formed within one branch. There's no level of control there. We will have brought in the level of control to make a check and balance. So all these people are signed. That's what the PFM law brought in, this aspect of total check and balance to make the control effectiveness be more prudent. So the Justice Minister, the this and that are signed, they are all one branch of government, that's just the executive. But we should have come in to approve such a credit from the reserve.
So you are not, again, we'll go to our system, but let me say this. You are not arguing that the government never needed money. Is that your argument?
No, not
your
at all.
argument is the process in which the money was obtained.
Compliance.
From the central bank.
Compliance.
All right. I'm going to put this up because it's good to settle that. As you can see over here, there we go. Debt 50.2, credit 50.2.
You can see that was in November.
Well, it was stamped in December 22nd.
But look at the entry. They said the entry
date is November 30th.
Check.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So I know
that's the reason why that we are saying the same thing, Representative. That's the reason why I'm putting it up. I want Liberians to see this. So explain this to us now. You the accountant, you the representative.
Okay, so in November, they decided to pay government salary, and they said they were constrained, which I don't want to believe anyway. So they debited the government considered their loan account. When you debit in a loan account, these are not the normal entry. These are all provisional entries, and you credit a GOL payroll account, meaning that you intended to put this money in a considered account to use and will be replaced in subsequent time, because the Ministry of Finance is requesting for money to pay salaries. So all of these accounts, they are not normal entry, because a loan account has a normal credit balance and the payroll have a normal debit balance. But these accounts are provisional accounts that will be reversed upon the resettlement by the Ministry of Finance of these various loans that have been taken from the reserves. So these are entries. You can tell you that 50.2 million was used in November and 32.85 million was used in December. So that's the entry. All the entry is calling for.
So let me put this up again.
You can see that the money was used and the paper was stamped afterward. So if you even go into further investigation, tell you that they use the money without any communication then, but later they caught themselves that all of these things we're doing, we need to hurry.
Well, I can say to you, Representative, they are saying that you are speculating because they have all the
But
communication.
the interest speaks for it. The thing is glaring. How will you pay money in November and stamp it in December 22nd?
Wow.
So have you seen that? Have you seen that you pay the salary of November?
I mean, you're making a good point. I will allow the guys to ask. Let me just put this up. So yes, Sarge Chief. Yeah, I understand, and I respect you. That's why. And that's why we call you. That's why we want the people to understand. As you can see, folks, Glenny, Dr. Richardson, Jackie, Isaac. That's a sign sheet. Honorable J. Alosha Stalu Jr. on the 14th, they signed this. He signed. Mr. D. Shibat Brown. Again, Mr. A. Richard Dolly didn't sign.
Yes.
Mr. James A. B. Dennis signed. Ambassador Timothy E. Thomas signed. So now we are seeing all those that have signed this thing. I will pause and I will bring in our sister to ask the question. These dynamic women. Let's be fair. You have the information we have shared with you, and let's just dig into it. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
Honorable Kuhn, it's good to see you again.
Sorry, Jackie, you don't have it, right? You have it, Jackie? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
So my question for you is, you have said that the governors, including the board, have violated the PFM law. And in the letter, you say you're looking to take legislative action. So, I mean, if you find out that these people are guilty, what is your next step? Are they going to be referred to the judicial system so that they can be faced? I mean, so they can face the law? Or, I mean, too many times we hear this and nothing happens. So I just want to know, what do you guys intend to do?
Okay, so we have one of the strongest committee in the House called the Public Accounts Committee, and that committee jointly run both houses, chaired personally by Honorable Clarence Guy and co-chaired by Honorable Glige. And that committee, if plenary decide to do due diligence, plenary will send that communication to the committee, and the committee will further investigate, and the committee will recommend to the president for necessary action. And the action could be to send it to the judiciary system for further inquiry and test the credibility of the action. And the good thing about this whole thing is that they falls in the purview of two committees. The Committee on Banking and Currency, which I was appointed to as co-chair on that Committee on Banking and Currency, and the Committee on Public Accounts. Because public accounts will be doing the investigative aspect as it relates to the compliance of such or rule, and then the banking and currency will be investigating the actuality of the balances. And just to acknowledge something important that happens while we sent for the central bank, then the central bank gave us some balances while in plenary we can investigate the controversial balances between the two president pronouncements. But the balances they gave us, it will amaze you that the figure that was given to us did not comply with the figure given to the finance minister. So when we called the finance minister and the central bank governor in a joint conference, we noticed that there was discrepancy in the figure given to us. And now I kept saying maybe this figure were cooked to balance the both one way or the other. So we noticed that discrepancy between the figures given to us as plenary and the figure given to Honorable Boyman or as Minister of Finance. So we managed to dig this thing about. In actual sense, our role is to do the investigation and write a communication to the president to take further action.
What is the timeline on this process? Because I really would like for you to keep the Liberian people abreast of what you guys are doing. I really don't want this to just be dropped, because I know there was a time when money were issued, money was created through the central bank, and people got arrested. This is been another government, and nothing happened. People that got released and nothing happened. So
Yeah,
what's your
we
timeline?
we have the start of limitation, and except I go into further checking or research, but I think the legal will take around 5 years. The start of limitation is 5 years. So
Yeah,
you
you
can,
gotta wait
yes.
for fire for you to do your work.
No. I mean the time we elapsed to make it no more relevant for discussion. So 5
Oh.
years. So it stay as fresh as anything.
But in your capacity, can you guys put a timeline on when your next committee going to investigate this? When you're going to send it to the president, and your expectations of what the president will do? Can you do that?
Okay,
that
so
your purview?
the committee were charged to the Committee on Banking and Currency were given such responsibility to report to plenary in 2 weeks. But because of my recent communication, that delayed the committee's report. The committee were only investigating the balances pronounced by the two presidents. And then I brought in this other communication that delayed the committee's report. So I know plenary also sent this communication to the Committee on Banking and Currency, and also such committee will also be involved as the Public Accounts Committee. So now that they've gone to the committee, they'll also be given additional 2 weeks to do all of the research and report to plenary within 2 weeks' time. So hopefully week after next or Thursday, the report should be with plenary for its action.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glenny?
So, Vakun, how are you?
I'm fine, Glenny. It's a pleasure again.
Yes. I know Isidore may be listening, but sometimes we have to fact check, and I know he tried to start to deviate from the main purpose or the main question and talk about credit and loan. So I just wanted to talk a little bit. So the bank, it has a credited amount in their account, and the bank has to go through the legislative branch to ask for a loan for salaries
from its own self.
From its own self. What
Yes.
Isidore was purporting on here was like, because it's Liberia's money, Liberia can loan it from itself. That's a break in the law. So I just wanted to clarify that for Isidore, because that is not right. It's against the law. It should not have happened. When one of the things that's concerning me is, and we always make that mistake in Liberia, when we hire a governor for the Central Bank of Liberia who has no experience in being a governor before, that's the problem. When you look at his profile, all of the different jobs that he's had never mentioned that he's had any governance experience. And people, you all are watching, you can go and check his profile. But this is the man who we say is heading the Central Bank of Liberia. And then when you see in the end that Samuel Twe is able to influence him to break the law for $83 million, and then we are concerned. You as a legislature, how can we regulate such a thing? This man, I'm pretty sure, was confirmed. And this is someone that has no experience. We're not talking about education. We're talking about experience as a governor from a bank. How can you and the rest of the senators regulate this? Because this is almost like, we almost want to believe, like Doc is saying, nothing's going to happen. $83 million that the previous government did. And now to subsequently see the current government acts correctly, requested the amount from the senators. And this is what we see. How do we regulate this problem?
Okay, so I don't want to attribute his appointment to this present government. You know, at the time when everything is controlled by one branch of government, especially one party, CDC had it all in the 54th. The speaker, this pro tem, and everyone from head to toe were seditions. So it was easy to confirm anybody at all. So I agree with you that you don't have the portfolio. I'm gonna be blunt with that. And but he's the one that the CDC preferred to work with at the time. So we hold it as a governor, and we think that a lot of mistakes they've been making in the past. We've seen those mistakes, but when you bring these things to the public, CDC had a way of silencing it because they were in dominance in every area. You check on the side, you have the protein, you have the speakers, so they were well protected. But now we flagging these things out because they are no longer guarded by this shield of sedition any longer. All of their weakness will be shown clearly, and that's one of the weaknesses we just flag out. If I bet you we're going to be in the 54th, I don't think such communication will have come out so easily. We're going to be difficult, we're going to be die. We're going to die even before arrival. But I thank God for the kind of legislature we have now. It's a balanced one. You can see the two groups of legislature from two stronger political parties now on the floor that are checking each other. It's on the basis we managed to bring forth this communication. But I will tell you, Sis Gladys, if it was in the past, there are so many communications I've written in the past that did not surface. And we just thank God for where we are today to make sure we can flag a lot of things that did not come forth in the 54th.
All right. So my next question is, are we to look forward to seeing all of these people who signed for this money called to the House of Representatives for questioning?
Definitely. When the Banking and Currency Committee reports on the Thursday after, we can see there'll be further due diligence done by the Public Accounts Committee. We want to carry to the level where the Public Accounts Committee will work along with GSC and do a formal recommendation to the President for action. But in our investigation on the Public Accounts Committee, which I'm also privileged to serve as member, we will be able to summon these people one at a time to question them on the basis of their actions. Why did they not comply at the time with the PFM law of Section 36.c? So we'll be able to do our work with all due diligence.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
All right, let me ask you a question. Again, I want to go back. The argument folks are saying the PFM law does not supersede the law of the CBL. And based on that fact, they had to approve this. Representative Cohn, would you have approved this loan under those conditions that were laid out?
No, that's not true. Let me tell you how the PFM.
No, I'm asking you a question. Would you have approved this loan under those conditions that were laid out?
If they were brought to the legislature?
Yes, sir.
Yes, look at the constraint, though we will have investigated before approving the loan, because we know there was sufficient revenue generated in the last quarter. In the last quarter, we generated 127 million. So we have to investigate why you need this loan at this time from the reserve when we know we've generated 127 million. Then where did the money go? We will have approved it one way or the other, but if we notice that there's revenue available at the time, it will be difficult to pass the election.
So let me ask you a question. Why are you not questioning the board members, the entire board, but you are directly enforcing your question on the governor and his deputies?
Okay, the governor is the head of the bank. You have an advisory board like the governor.
Who is head of the board?
They got a board chair.
Okay, who's the chair?
Yeah, I don't know who's the chair there, but they got a board chair.
Exactly. So if we have the chair, if we have the board members, why are you not questioning them forcefully, knowing that the governor and his deputies received the final okay from the board chair and his members?
The governor, knowing fully that this law does exist, he's guided by these laws. So going to the governor board for such an approval, in himself, he knows quite well that he wasn't doing the right thing. Apparently, he thought that bringing this thing to the
I
legislature.
understand that, and my question is
But
direct.
we're holding him responsible because he's the head of the bank. He's the head of the bank. He should have known better.
Who gave him the okay?
The issue of the loan.
Yes, sir. Who okayed it according to the document?
That's the board.
Exactly. Why are you not after the board likewise?
Stanton, he is the executive director, is the chairman of the board.
So that's the board. And if you look at the signatories, I think you'll find his signature also there too. So when we hold the governor,
Can the representative just answer my question?
Yeah,
man?
honestly,
Okay, sorry, I know. I see where you're going. Sorry.
I get him. So we holding him because he's part of the board, and moreover, he's a signature to that document as well.
Okay, let me bring in Acid though. Acid though, saying Glenny and I should be. I thought we were friends and partner here, Glenny, but you should be in the light. So
Because
Acid
the
though,
representative, sorry.
She can guide us too.
Right. Oh, hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
you go.
Yeah. So, Rep, thank you. I want to find out, since you've been in Liberia, have you?
You are muted. You muted yourself. Can you
He
unmute?
credited himself. He talked
Can you
low.
unmute? Unmute. All right, he will come back. So Acid though will come back. Are you good now?
Okay. Yeah, I should be good now. You know, I was asking in relation to an earlier comment. I said, have you known of any governor of the central bank who was a governor before becoming governor of the central bank? Have you known of anybody since the history of the central bank, though?
No, not really.
Okay. So, and then let me just ask another question apart from this. It's the same legislative thing. I know you mentioned it too. We know the last time you tried talking about it, just the former president said he left 40 million. Now, I'm not talking about how much debt, no. I'm talking about how much was in the account. The last time the former president said he left 40 million in the consolidated account. The current president said he met it in the consolidated account. The central bank governor said it was 40 million. When you were doing your investigation, how much was actually in the account? The consolidated account. Forget about the loan, the debt, no, but how much was in the account?
None of the two figures for now we derive as so far. The reason is that in the account we're seeing 40, but the 7 shouldn't be there.
Oh, but you saw 40 there with your eyes. You saw 40 do another thing.
I saw 40.
Okay.
But they may not told the former president 40 not correct.
No, answer my question. Once you saw 40, that's
it. Let me get you clarity now.
You all twisted the other way.
The 47 in and 40 now for you. So you can tell the 40. Easy logically. That's the argument.
No, I understand your argument, and it is the same thing we're saying, representative. If you owe me $10 and you have $20 in your pocket, the money that is in your pocket is $20. So say, oh, $10 for Isaac, although you owe me, but what is actually in your pocket is $20.
Remember now, you are operating the business of system.
I agree.
International public sector accounting system. That you do not just report because Isaac get trainer.
I agree.
You got file out there for me. How much you get for yourself?
Well, again, then you are talking about the net cash balance. I'm sure we're talking about the net cash balance. When you subtract all of the expenses, we're talking about the cash balance in the account, which is two different things, right, Representative? I'm sure you would know net cash is different from cash balance. So in your account, you will see.
You want to believe too that December 31st showed 20 million? December 21st showed 20.5 million too. So the president could be talking about the end of year balances as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying now. And I was saying, if you were to go to your bank account right now, you will see two balances there. You will see available balance, which is your net cash balance, and you will see balance. Now, sometimes there will be a difference of $5 or $10 because you needed to have certain amount of money in your account at all times. They will subtract it, but that forms part of your overall balance. But the available, which is the net cash balance, is what is available to be used. That's what I was asking. I understand the fact that 7 million now for someone, 10 million for somebody, but the cash that was there is 40 million. Now we can come to determine what was the net cash as at that time, which is a different argument. But for the fact that you say you saw 40 million, I'm all good.
I said, let me just tell you why. Let me tell you why the 40 shouldn't be announced.
Okay.
You know, when you announce the 40 it means that you are telling us that revenue performed adequately. Because the standard is from the accounting point of view or the finance point of view. All of these things have their own intricacies. So there's no way you just tell the president at 40 million, knowing within yourself that the 40 million do not improve the revenue performance. I mean, you're misleading the president in all regard. That's what I'm saying. Though the 40 million could be there, but it needed some adjustment before telling the president, this is this. According to the PFM law, to determine balances in consolidated account, you can see the physical, but the balance there should be calculated. Revenue minus expenditure minus borrowing. You see why people left borrowing there? Because they shouldn't announce borrowing as cash. That's the essence. That's why we kept saying that there was some difference in the figure that was pronounced. But I agree with you. Let me agree with your own 40. So I agree.
I think I get small things. So no problem. Thank you.
So you agree with him. You agree with the man 40. If you agree with the man,
I think I get small things. So no problem. You can pay the other ones. I think just share it half.
I want to put Dr. Richard saying, let's give you one question. Then we'll leave this central bank issue and go to other matters, because the representative is not only here about central bank issue. The representative is here about all others. You know, when you finish answering all the questions, it says select order apply. So now we'll go to select order apply to hold the representative small. Because
Jackie, give me 5 seconds.
No, before she gave 5 seconds, I want to bring this thing up. I beg you, sister. I don't know where Jackie going. Jackie, internet or the current giving her a hard time. Representative, they want you to look at this. Conflict with other laws. They say you can go legal with this, but they believe that they are correct. 1, in the event that a provision of this act conflict with those of other laws, then the provision of the act relating to the authority and function of the central bank and all matters of monetary policy shall prevail. Just 1. Can you help us understand? Thank you guys in the accounting business. They both say it shall prevail, and they prevailed, and they did what they were entitled to do, because the bull that you guys confirmed, the bull gave them the authority to loan this amount to the government of Liberia.
Okay, so like you have the Constitution. The biggest financial law in the entire country is the PFM law. So any other law, the conflicting over there could be subsidiary law. Subsidy to their law, not to the PFM law.
No, they are saying, if you read the other portion, saying they are only there to it's lower only to the Constitution, not the PFM law. No, I'm sorry.
Put it back up. Did it?
Okay, go ahead. Let us understand this.
The Constitution, you put it back up. They say even the provision of this are conflict with those other laws. It's not clear. Then the provision of the act relating to the authority of the function of the central bank and all other matters, policy shall prevail. I'm saying that this law that they're talking about are other, maybe subsidiary law, but it is not the Constitution, neither it is the PFM law. That's my argument. Then I said, no.
Exactly. Look at number 2, because they are watching you and they are asking this question. They know you will call them, but they are saying they were in the position to do this, notwithstanding subsection 1 of this section 60, and a provision of this act that is inconsistent with or in violation of the Constitution shall be of no effect. Now, that's the Constitution you are talking about.
Thank you.
But the PFM law is not a Constitution. Are we correct?
Yeah, I'm correct with that.
So therefore, they supersede the PFM law. Okay, matters of monetary policy shall prevail, which of course, when it's in conflict, prevailed over the PFM law, but not the Constitution.
Okay,
Do
then
you
we come.
agree?
I'm still not in conformity with this. The fact is that we're talking about borrowing, and then you want to say that you have the right to borrow. Then what the essence of the check and balance if you have the right to borrow on the basis of a monetary policy? That is why these laws are there for check and balance. So that issue is not just justifiable. When we get to the investigative aspect, we have to bring some legal aspect in to clarify some of these things.
So my last question, since Dr. Richardson went in the back. My last question. Let me ask you, Representative. The issue remains now is, what do you want?
For now, the president have commissioned audit, and we expect that at the end of the day, while we as legislator doing our own due diligence, we come with our own report and submit it through the public accounts to plenary and sent to the president for action. Nothing we want, but we want the rule of law should prevail in this instance. Whether someone held liable or not, let it should be told to the Liberian people to know who's in error.
Thank you. Glennie?
So just someone is watching, Elita is watching, just to as a matter of information for Isaac Doe and Honorable Coon, Charles A. Green, from 2003 to 2005, he was a governor of Rover Bank before he became a governor of Central Bank. So we've also had David Fahai and other people who are in high rankings in the bank before becoming governor. My concern was this governor we have now has no experience, and nothing on his profile says that he was a high profile banking person, neither was he ever a governor. So I just wanted to correct that, because people watch and they want to make sure that we tell the right, we give the information correctly. Thank you.
Thank you for that additional information.
Are you here to help Representative Coon? Can you
Yes.
I'm learning too. Stanton, I need to learn some things too from her. I think she's making further research.
Yes.
But I want to say again, let's move to other matter. I think they hear you, and I think this government, let's talk about the 40-point-something million, right?
Okay.
They requested. Are you going to approve it?
Okay, first of all, the issue of the 40.3 million has suffered a lot on the floor. Prior to the communication from the president, the legislature wanted to raise her own resolution in assisting the government in paying salaries for February. So that resolution came on the floor, and the legislature, the plenary rejected the resolution on ground that you cannot be crying money to be bereaved. If the executive want money, they should be communicating with us to approve of the 112. But it may amaze you that the 112 started rolling since the previous president was in power. Because when the budget was submitted sometime in December, President Weah was already using the 112. And the 112 had been used exhaustively, and that left only 18 million before such a request came in. And we've noticed that this request now is like the 112 has been fully exhausted. But if we're taking it as the 112 again, in actual sense, the communication should come from the president. And because we rejected it 2 different times, today we've seen the correct measure have been put in place, and the communication now from the president requesting for 41.3 million. But my concern there is it has to do with the debt. We're talking about urgent payment of salaries and wages, and you have the debt there. Debt servicing is approximately 77% of the entire 41.3 million. So we will need further details of how that projection came about, and we need further detail of other goods and services, as in 2 million, how it came about. So we urge the finance minister to be able to give us more detail.
So let me ask you, that's why we're coming at. I beg, allow us, because we spoke on this, Jackie. I know you've been having some issue internet going out and coming back, or maybe electricity. Oh, so after this, please, I hope your internet can hold on for you to come in, okay? We really want to hear from you. Our honorable representative, some money left over, move over. Why would the finance ministry send you information without proper breakdown? And now you got to go back to them to ask for what the 2 million for in all those goods and services. I thought we were done with those things in the past government, Representative Kuhn.
So when the communication are sent to the legislature, it left for the legislature to do further due diligence by inviting those proponents of such communication to be able to clarify issue to our colleagues on the floor. So our colleagues will not just approve of any amount in bulk figure. They want to see the details. So that is why the committee was sent to the Committee on Ways and Means and the Public Accounts. The House worked through committee. So it left with the committee now to invite those witnesses to do the breakdown, and which we already started working on. And we expect to get a detail hopefully before Tuesday to be able to pass this for the 1.3 million. So if the detail are not satisfactory to the committee.
So my question to you, you ran on the UP ticket.
Yeah, sure.
Speaker. My question to you, are you not advising the finance minister or the executive as a whole? Don't say anything yet except you gave us a total breakdown of everything.
Yes, I think for now the channel of communication is not yet formal, because they all just hastily want to do things on time, looking at the constraint. But I think in further references, I'll be able to give my own opinion and advices so that things cannot be stored up in the legislature. But we don't have detailed records of such. Those things will be stored up for discussion. So in further, I would definitely have to send communication to the Minister of State to take heed to that.
My final question, other stuff in there, you think this amount will be lower? You think they're going to revisit and remove some loophole money that they have included in this amount? Because the argument, as they brought about the 100,000 for Armed Forces days, the argument, as like you said, the goods and service 1, goods and service 2, if you look through them, you think we'll still be up to the 41 million?
I don't want to preempt. The fact is that these are all projections. Apparently, the Armed Forces money will have been used already to some accrual, but I don't want to preempt. We want to do our work adequately, and I'll be able to address the issue. But I think that an alarming figure of 77% relating to debt servicing is alarming, and the other goods and services 2 million is also alarming. We need to get more detail from some of these things before we can do anything. So I don't want to preempt, stand on to see a drop. It might likely even increase. There could be a need it could increase.
Tuesday is not far. We'll still hold you on Tuesday.
Yeah, definitely. I can call you on that.
Okay, Glendy, let's wrap this thing up. We got 6 more minutes to 7.
So, Honorable Kuhn, what do we have to look forward to with the speaker as a COFA, and also to you and most of the representatives right now? There's only been one representative who has declared his assets, and that's Star One Way. So when do we expect to see all of you declaring your assets, especially the speaker leading the pack?
I don't want to speak for the speaker. I think I should be doing mine soon too. The reason is that I just got in some loan to build a house. I have to also declare that loan as part of my assets. So that's why I've been delaying, because I wanted some notarization on the bank document before I can display that. So I don't want to speak for the speaker, but I can assure you before the end of next week, my assets will be displayed.
So can I ask you to please ask him the next time you see him?
I'll do that.
Because I mean the pro team has already done hers. He should do his. Lead by example so people can follow.
Yeah, I'll do that for you.
Thank you so much. Tell him I said hello.
She know how to call Funati. Don't do that.
I know he.
Did she
You
know
always
everybody?
say I know people. I want to know you.
Jackie? Jackie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm having internet problems. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please, we hear you.
Yeah, I missed a good bit of that conversation. So, uh, Honorable Kuhn, thanks for your explanation. I think I had a question before I went off. The $83 million, the 50, and then the 30 million. That's November and December salaries. Is that amount just to cover both amounts? Salaries for both November and December? I just want to make sure I understood that.
That was the intent of the 83 million. That was the intent.
Just for salaries.
Yes, according to the resolution by the board. That was the intent.
I'm confused then because the annual salaries, unless it's changed, I was trying to look for the abridged budget and I couldn't find it. But from what I can remember during the campaign, I think it was like $300 million or something like that. That puts us around $26 million per month in employee compensation. So if you do the $26 million per month, that does not add up to that loan amount. So that's why I'm so confused as to one needed to understand that full amount, the 50 and the $30 million for both November and December. It seems like the amount exceeds what the monthly employee compensation should be, according to the budget, unless I'm missing something.
Okay, so the resolution mainly stress on payment of salary, but we know there were other transaction, recurring transaction that were covered by some money left over, because in the consolidated account we see 7 million there, meaning that all the money weren't used. That only 3 million wasn't used in total for salary. But the essence and even the entry entails that the entry the past debiting the loan, the consolidated loan account, and crediting the payroll. That entry indicates that money was actually for payroll, but they were left out in the consolidated account 7 million. Meaning that apparently they had some money somewhere, but in actual sense, the 83 million were actually raised for payroll salary payment, and the entry was passed only for salary payment. So that why the investigation is still ongoing, and I can conclude now until I've done all of my work to get back to you for any other inquiry you may need.
But if you look at the document, Jackie, if you go back to the document that we shared, it's also talking about the transition. A man was given also, it was included for the transition. You remember the different money that came about the 650,000, this one for the transition period, it was also included as per the document though. So
okay, so the debit and credit transaction, like what Representative Kuhn said, it went to the salary.
Definitely.
So that full $83 million, because if it was supposed to be for something else, all of that amount should not have gone into the salary account, which is misleading, and that's why I'm so confused. But like you said, there's an investigation because the math just doesn't add up. If you're taking money, it's one thing to loan or to borrow, to say I need this but you're borrowing for a specific purpose. And then it shows the credited amount, the amount being credited into the payroll account for that amount, but then the monthly employee compensation amount as per the annual budget does not add up to what it seems like what they asked for salary exceeds what the annual budget, the monthly budget for salary employee compensation should be. So I hope that the investigation will be exhaustive because something in terms of the figures just do not add up.
Sure.
And that's why we're waiting for you, because we needed you here. Whenever we get asked though, we want you, Jackie. If you leave, then the question remains the same. So thank you for correcting Asido, because we know who he is. And again, on the show, please be far away from Asido. He's not a good person. Honorable Kuhn, we want to say to you, I have a question. Let's leave this thing small now, because the people setting for you though, and your entire colleague are bringing this thing up. They say they get the law. They say they get the law on their side. Let me tell you now, Jackie, you asking that question.
People suffer casualty. Don't worry about that.
They will suffer casualty. Let me ask you.
The 55th is prepared legally, financially. The guys they are powerful people.
But let me ask you the question though, on a very serious note. I want you to speak to this. You've been around in politics. Somebody came up with this. Not the second headline about Prince Johnson. We heard this on the Senate floor. So let's talk about what this massive force said concerning Joseph Yeman Boakai. The Ghanaian president complained Liberia's president to the ECOWAS parliament over a midnight visit to his country. And if you went through, you will come to understand that it said twice that Boakai visited Ghana twice. Come on now. Yeah, I mean,
but the embassy
But I better put it up though. But are we? What we actually do and his folks do this thing to Liberia?
Dangerous.
All right.
Dangerous.
This can cause. Let's listen to what the ambassador said. The ambassador of the Republic of Ghana near Monrovia wishes to urge the general public in the Republic of Liberia to disregard a piece of fake news or false statement coming from ICEDO and CDC. Okay, that's exactly what they are saying. They put ICEDO in there. When they make this kind of thing, I mean, they say the mission categorically state the Ghanaian president at no point in time made the statement in question to the ECOWAS parliament. And they put it in bold letter.
Leave my good name alone.
Representative. we can go.
I like the rebuttal because I was kind of surprised because I know that thing was actually attributed to the former president those days. So that's not Boakai. So thank God it was reported by the Ghanaian embassy. But I know the former president visited Ghana 2 times in the night. I think I just want to bring the whole story. How the sedition want to do, but it's not working for them.
What sedition get to do to put newspaper again?
It's not working for them. It's not.
They're too old for that thing, man.
Even when President Boakai went to Ghana on a Valentine's Day, he carried his own Jew. The Oma were right there. No, on a serious note, he went and he did what he wanted to do, attended his program, and came back home. He said we're going for 2 days. My wife and myself will spend Valentine's Day in Ghana, but he looked at the Oma from the Oma said, I'm tired, I want to go back home. He said, then let go. And they spent only 1 day.
He didn't go to meet the president?
Why should we be on this story? I mean, if you want to beat on Joseph Boakai, there's a lot of stuff out there you can beat on Joseph Boakai on. Why are we here lying like this?
Representative Kuhn,
Nice try, Isaac. Though who owns the masses' voices or whatever that's called?
That's CDC paper.
All right. Go ahead. That's CDC paper.
Isaac. Where's the headline news on the $2 million that was spent?
Let me really ask you something, please. For the issue of that newspaper is what the news say. I will only say wherever you see smoke, there is fire beneath. You been into this game. You been into this game for a long time.
Please tell me your number. The other smoke, not correct smoke. Last no fire there.
All right, I will call you tomorrow. I will text you. But the truth of the matter, diplomatically, there is no way the Ghanaian people will come and say, "Oh, the president said this." There are things that can happen from talk, and you don't want the public to know. So we know those ones. Now, the thing is, the Ghanaian embassy here has not actually made it clear that when President Boakai left from here, he actually met anyone in Ghana. They have not said that. They are only saying he didn't make statement. But as they say, I say things, we can leave it. Let me ask you this, Representative. You were with the rescue team doing a campaign. I want us to be fair now.
Okay.
Did you think then that the rescue team was ready to lead from day one? Did you believe they had a plan, they had idea, they had any focus that they were ready to lead Liberia from day one? I got other two questions, quick. Did you believe that?
Yes. Yes. I know you attributed your question to the delay in appointment and other things, but we were ready to leave.
I think you smart small.
But
more-
get a representative chance. Let him finish. Go ahead, representative.
And I can tell you what the delay is. The delay is that because we had more people joining the team, we had a fixed plan, a fixed roadmap that excluded other people. When the people started joining, we had to start adjusting. It was basically the adjustments that led us to the end that delaying pronouncement of ministers and other appointments today. Because those finishing touches that delay us a little bit, but we were prepared from the beginning up to the end. But other people that join us, we have to open corridor and do some adjustment, realignment to start flowing on.
Yeah, so let me say this, Senate or Representative. Today I was on my way to Marshall, and someone around where President Weah got his church, one of your partisans was there. I felt bad, I must say, on the show, or where he knew this guy, what Jabate something. He was there with some motorbike picking. So then I know him. I decided to stop. When I stopped, I just in the car. The motorbike picking were like, look at the Mark Jabate man. I didn't want to say they were doing rescue. Yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree. Like mocking him, making fun out of him, saying all kinds of things. I've been through it before. I felt so bad. I really felt so bad. So then I called him. I said, my man, you gotta leave these people that way looking. Up to now, you anywhere you, they will be mocking you. So I really hope that the president speed up. But then my last question is,
no, let me answer that question for him.
I beg you. Wait, I say, wait.
Yes, we're gonna answer that question.
I beg you. Let me ask. Isaac, I beg you. When George Weah took over, how long it took him to appoint you?
Thank you.
When George Weah, I'm not the governor of Liberia.
I said no. When George Weah took over as president of Liberia, how long it took him to appoint you?
You asked him, let me answer, please.
Yeah.
Okay. When George Weah took over, by the end of January, the Ministry of Youth and Sports had all its staff except me. Ministry of Youth and Sports.
I beg you. Where you feel?
I was appointed March 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were appointed March 5th, 2018.
The 5th of March, yeah.
What's the date today?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm saying all other
What's the date today? Let me serious, Isaac, though. Let me tell you something, okay?
We are very serious.
I beg you, let me serious. The president, Joseph Yeman Boakai, have so many positions out there to fill, okay? You are talking about Mark Jabate. Mark Jabate looking for assistant minister job.
I don't know.
Listen, I beg you, let me finish now. Okay. Mark Jabate, yesterday, he was swallowing fufu and cow meat in it. Mark Jabate talking to the right people. I said, though, if it took up to March 5th for President Weah to bring you in his government, and today is the 17th of February, why can't you shut the hell up and give Joseph Boakai a chance? I'm not insulting you, my brother. You know how we can talk. but the issue remains is that let us talk about our own, not you. Okay? You have no moral right. I will do it. You have no moral right to talk about. No, listen. What you guys are doing? No. Let me finish. I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance. I beg you. You have so many of you. It took up to August. President Weah was still appointing sweeper. Today,
and some positions he never filled.
He never filled. Just 24 days in this thing. We even reached a more end yet. And you want Joseph Boakai to fill up 5,000 position? Let me say something, I said, though. We got right to be patient because the mistake, Representative Kuhn, that this position will be filled by this person. But now they got to remove this person. Guess what happened? They see I said, do them beating, say, why you appoint and remove. So now, guess what? We will study the area, and when we appoint, we appoint. Sure. But to have Asedo sit here, and he was appointed on the 5th of March, 2018, and talking nonsense they call Tabata. Why the Papeda filling on all the position? I'm done with the show. I see you guys. When you're ready,
All
you
right.
can call me back.
Please,
I'm
Let-
done.
let's-
let me
well,
have my
let's
time.
see.
You
Let me
people,
answer
you're enjoy. Let me have my
the
time. Since
So
then,
hold
let
on,
me
I
have my
say,
little time.
my
When the
Jabate,
United Party,
my
when the,
Jabate was the scene when I get president. We are whole cow, and we ain't
okay, all right,
hiring.
that time pass.
Oh,
So
it passed?
that time pass. We talk about now.
Oh,
So listen
okay.
now.
No, wait, we're
When
not talking about nothing. I don't want you to talk about any appointment.
yes,
Because you're right. No, I said, let's get it. Let's establish this. No, I said, we will ban you. You will not talk about any appointment till March 5th. Because that's the day you were appointed.
Yes,
Once
yes.
it is not March 5th, once it is not March 5th and beyond, you will not talk about any appointment.
So, all right, let me have my 1 minute. Listen, when this government was campaigning, they campaigned as the most experienced, most prepared, ready
we
to
are.
lead from day one.
And we
And they
are.
said they were coming back in power because they had already had government experience. Different from
And
the
we
CDC.
do.
When the CDC came in, we were coming in government for our first time. So if you want to go on par with the CDC, the question is,
I
why
swear,
then
Joe,
you
we are giving you Minister of Football position. Because
Yeah.
you're correct.
There you see, man.
No, I swear,
You
Joe,
already-
that became Minister of Football. You know, I would even beg Joseph Boyka to give you that same position. Get the Minister of Football. Because nothing you do over there. Nothing you do. Yo, man, who shouldn't waste the representative time, man? Representative Cool, talk to
So
us, my brother.
give me chance, oh.
Yeah, I think it's after 12 now, so
Yeah,
if
you
not
gotta
tomorrow,
go.
I have to
You
leave.
gotta go. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
Well, don't know we're in a bro.
Thank you.
I gotta
Thank you
drive.
very much.
Thank you so much. I hope
Representative Cunha,
Thank you so
please
much.
go give
It's a
those
pleasure.
salaries because something not right.
Okay, it's a pleasure to be on your show. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Stanton, for hosting me today, and thank you to the panelists. At least I'll be a guest maybe anytime next week if I get
Yeah.
all of my facts together again.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. It's always good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that's for editing now. With the last few minutes, we get left for editing. I said, don't run away.
Denton,
Yeah, Jackie, you go ahead.
that headline news, I just noticed something about President Boyka and Nana Akufo complaining. That's the exact article from Nana Akufo about George Weah. What they did, they went and changed
Of
the fake
course, I told
newspaper,
you.
but they changed the name from George Bana Weah to Joseph Diba Boyka. Come on, man. I say, come on. You
And
can
I
do
said
better.
it won't share it. He shared the
This
money.
is
Uh-uh.
shameless. What? I said, though, show your face now.
Yo, please leave me alone.
Show your face.
so
You
CEO,
trying to bring
CEO,
back dead
I said,
members
bro,
to the CDC government. We even forgot that article was out there about George Weah, where the president of Ghana on numerous occasions complained to ECOWAS about the irresponsible behavior of President Weah going into Ghana to look for God knows what over there and causing the Ghanaian government millions of dollars because they got to secure your president. And he went there for no reason.
Okay, so
Except for one reason that we know about.
okay, so when the newspaper came, that according to you, it was truth. Now it come today, it's not truth. Okay, oh, no problem. But I can only tell you that wherever there is smoke from above, fire under it.
As it does.
I will not go on the
brother.
board maker.
You are shameless, oh.
My brother, as it does.
Please, always call me up when I enjoy myself. Please. There are lots of things we are hearing on the president's visit to Ghana. Truth being told, we really want this government to be transparent to the people. We want the lawmakers to actually investigate why the president actually went to Ghana. Are you not concerned at all that one, the president left before there was any announcement after we raised the issue all on Facebook? Two, the president left from here with the sole intent to meet his dear friend and brother, who he did not meet. At the end of the day, there was another release that said the president met the vice president of Ghana. when actually the president did not meet the vice president. We're not concerned. I really think we should be concerned. And truth being told, you can't put UP
Jackie, I beg you, can't let him finish.
You can't put UP and fairness in the same sentence, but Representative Coons said a little fair, though he still get a UP blood in him that can be fair, but he gets small little fairness in it. Are you not concerned with everything surrounding this trip to Ghana up to this time? You have not seen a single. Now you can call me.
No, I thought you finished. Go ahead, finish, my brother. Finish.
No, I'm saying up to this time, you cannot see a single photo from either our president or the vice president's office of Ghana. Was said one of the world's most secret meeting, very highly classified, that no press person was even available. Think about it. Something, and we know why we are hearing a lot.
So are you finished, Isaac? I beg you, Jackie, can I just go before you? I beg you, Mama.
Right.
Isaac, are you finished?
15 minutes. Go ahead and defend.
I don't need 15 minutes, Isaac. Let's call this thing. And I want Liberians out there to hear me and hear me well. President Boakai go to Ghana. He returned secretly. He announced it, whatever the case may be. I said, though, the president announced to the lawmakers, I'm traveling. I'm leaving in charge Sylvester Graceford, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. I shall be back. The president said he was going for 2 days. He made only one night. He came back. Mission accomplished, back in the country. I say, if you get any problem with it, say it till 2029. No, I'm not laughing. I would beg you, if you get any problem, I say we move. The president is back in the country. He went to Ghana. He did what he wanted to do to Ghana. He took his wife with him. He met who he went to meet. He returned back. If you have any problem, I said, though the information out there, he went to engage partners concerning AU and other places. Where I said, though, go on. Let him come back. We would beg you to stick with this story, I said, though, till 2029. But we move. Now, let me show this to the folks before Jackie come in. George Manawia makes new appointment to government. Okay? This is Isaac Doe, Deputy Minister Youth Development. March 5th, it came out. Minister of Youth and Sport, Peter S. Bema, Deputy Minister TVET. Isaac Doe, Deputy Minister Deputy Minister Youth Development. James Stowe, Assistant Minister Sport. Folks, the thing Isaac Doe won, let's tell him what he's looking for. These positions that were given to Isaac Doe and others, Jackie, what did they do? How much Isaac Doe position benefit Liberia? What did Liberian people achieve from Isaac Doe when he was Deputy Minister for Football? Who benefited from Isaac Doe position? Money given to TVET, running George Manawia campaign here and there, talking tabata on the street, doing the muya. Can Isaac Doe tell the Liberian people some of his accomplishment as Deputy Minister? Holistically, some of the accomplishment of youth and sport? Can he do it today? We agree. Joseph Boakai get no picture. And I'm not going to show any picture Joseph Boakai going to Ghana. We agree Joseph Boakai went with the Ghanaian private jet. That's your business. We agree Joseph Boakai made one night, he came back. Fine. We agree Joseph Boakai woke up one morning and said, I tell you with Liberia, let me just go get some Ghana fresh air. That's okay. Can we also agree today that Isaac Doe can show us something from the Youth and Sport Ministry that he accomplished on behalf of the Liberian people? And that would be my closing question to Minister Doe. Why he searched through his phone? Why he go now begin to talk to others, as you can see? Because he got no information. We're not to defend the government is hard. Kula Fufana trying her best. She will get there. Minister of State trying, they will get there. But the fact remains here. Don't take my picture, I said, oh, don't take my picture, please. Don't take my picture. Don't put your camera on and take my picture. Yeah, you go take my picture of the medicine man. Don't do it. Don't take my picture on the show. Yeah, man. I thought you had to the man, you taking my picture. So, Jackie, I want you to come in. I don't want any of us talking about this whole trade business. We pass it now. I'm done. I will not talk about it anymore. Acid Doe can say smoke, fire, smoke like business. I want to know what Acid Doe 6 years of employment did for Liberia.
Stanton, I think Isaac Doe is trying to pivot here. There is a serious matter on the table here. These people spend $72 million on election. Come December, they can't pay salary. In the salary they asked for, $83 million. When they left office, people were not even paid for November. So how do you justify taking $83 million and still left people on the table for November and December? I mean, what he going at again? So he was pivoting here.
He went away. He went away. You know,
Good
people
job,
don't know how
Isaac.
people don't know how to talk to Acid Doe. Joe, we are traveling with over 11 suitcases full of money. That's why he can't come back. The person will be all over the country on the 22nd. He will be all over the country for 1 month. I know he's a former president. He can stay forever at a business. But that's the man you say love Liberia. The day of inauguration, he left. He's not coming back for another. So because he took all the money. We know. Because we know. But we don't want to do these things that Acid Doe would say where he went with private jet, where he went. Listen, folks, it will be okay on not just say Yuma Bwaka. It's slow but steady. Listen, folks. You know, sometimes I get angry because some people trying to be dumb and some people trying to just do the wrong thing. But with Jose Yuma Bwaka, it's on. It will be well, it shall be well, it will be okay. It's on. Because we'll remind him and those that are around him. When they're going off, we'll remind them. Who could remind Samuel Twain? Let's ask the people. Who could remind Samuel Twain? Glennie. Samuel Twain. You can't press the way and get advice. No. So we that have the privilege to be there and remind these people, we will remind them. We will chastise them, but we'll remind them. But for the past government, nobody was taking advice. Then I said those 6 years. It told Joe, we are how many months? He won the election October, November, December, January, February, March. 3 or 4 months before they appointed Acid Doe. But he had no problem. But today he wants Joseph Bwaka to do his final appointment today. I see the Bible when you bring him on, sir.
Yeah, good now.
I mean, these guys there with what they do. Sometimes I see people, I say, you don't know how to address Acid Doe and the rest of them.
So you feeling having your
You got some information to come back?
Yeah.
No, he's coming to the back. He know out to the back and he don't want to bring it on. So you know,
Isaac, seriously, can you answer my question for me? No, after you say what you got to say.
Right.
The
But on the real base,
before they show in, because you are a deputy minister, you are a minister in the government for 6 years. No, let me ask you what you say. I want you to be thinking about your answer because the show will soon be ending. Help me understand. How is it that you asked for $83 billion for salary and the monthly salary compensation is around $25 million? Think about it. How you about to talk? What you talking?
All right. So thank you. So, but on a fair note, though, it's a very legitimate concern. That's why I take pride in being here all of the time. I believe as a person, once you work in the government, you must be accountable to the people.
I said, can I interrupt you? I said, thank you very much.
Don't interrupt me.
Somebody, let's send me something real quick for me to tell you. Add that to your
conversation. Don't tell me. Hold on.
Add that to your conversation. You did extremely well today, Minister Doe. Yesterday, we told you, said, please remove Joe, we have picture. And you did it. Yeah. Everybody tweeted you. You removed Joe, we have picture. Everybody said, thank you. I said, no, you coming along. Look at you, turn me around. do? You get a student well, you teach your
sit down over there every day.
Because
Every
you
day.
understand that George Manawa is no longer president. We gave you Bwaga picture. He's no longer president for Liberia, so therefore you have changed your position. I said, though, you come here alone. You are easy to be. You are easy to learn. You are easy to train. So thank you very much. Make your statement now.
So I was here, and this is Mr. President's picture. So let's go on. Again, like I will say, out of politics, that's a very good concern. And I wish everybody that's serving the government will be proud enough to go to the public and talk about their achievement. It is a thing we must hold all government officials on, including myself. So I'll be very proud about mine, very proud more than anything. Let me say first off, when we took over the Ministry of Youth and Sports, there was nothing actually in place to follow. So we started everything from square. Let me give you an example. First, we had a project they call Cadet. What Cadet does, it helps provide job experiences for our recent high school graduate, for those who are almost graduating from college and universities. What that project did in the past, it only focused on Maserati. When we came in, we said, you know what? If this project's intent is to target the university students and graduates and recent graduates, why should we only focus in Maserati County when we have colleges in Maryland County and other parts of it? So we did a restructuring to include other 5 counties. In addition to that, though, we also included TVET because some people graduated from TVET institution. That was a landmark. And in addition to that, over our 6 years, we had 360 persons going through that project. And through that, about 70% of them got returned. There is a lady right now who is at LBDR. She came from that project and a lot of other ones. And let me go to another thing that I think is important to me and should be important to all of you, all Liberians, the issue of at-risk youth, Zogos. Today, I received calls from people within the Ministry of Health, because, you know, when the president did his SONA, he established a committee that he said will be tackling that. And I made the statement on the show that my belief is that the government did not read their turnover note. If they had read their turnover note, the president would not have been misled again. Now, let me tell you what we did in that. When we came on again, 0 person was affected. We started a project they call the SEED project, Social, Economic, and Empowerment Project of Liberia's Disadvantaged Youth. That project targeted 500 Zogo who are on the street. We, Youth and Sports, UNDP, and UNFPA joined it together. At the end of that project, we managed to cleanse. When I mean cleanse, I mean recruit Zogos from the street, carry them through rehabilitation, carry them through detoxification, carry them through skills training, and they graduated 520 of those. That was a pilot because we wanted to understand exactly how to work with these folks. Instead of 500, we graduated 520. In addition to that, the president, sometime in 2021, 2022, I want to guess, launched the broader at-risk youth project. And one thing the Minister of Health, from my understanding, wants to reinvent is to put money in things that we've already put money in. Not only the government, but partners as well. UNFPA sponsor. Yeah, that is good. Very good, very good. That is good. About easy, now it affecting you. But let me go on.
7 years ago, they era.
But I said we gotta go.
No,
you got history. We're giving it our history. We gotta go. No. We tired with history.
EU funding gave you 31 million. EU funding gave you 31 million. Up to now, you have to account for that. Okay,
so you know what?
13 million per 13.5 million.
Man, you
no. Don't explain. You have explained enough.
No. I will explain. You ask me. Give me one more minute.
I ask you nothing.
One more minute, please. 1 more minute. 30 seconds to this. Again, before we left government, we managed to source funding from the UN, the one UN, through the Peace Building Fund of some $3 million that is currently there for the sake of at-risk youth Zogo. And the president had established three committees. One, the steering committee, of which the UN resident coordinator and youth and sports were co-chairs, together. The technical committee, of which Ministry of Health was the chair, and of course, the implementing committee, of which one Medina. That committee is there. We've carried on an assessment 3 different times to ensure the numbers of at-risk youth we got was correct. We have a mapping of all of the ghettos in Liberia. All of the ghettos that exist. We map them. We have a mapping of every entity that does anything with at-risk youth. And I wish the Minister of Health now will follow that same trend. Now, on the 1 million grant from TVET. Today, 6 counties in Liberia, 6 counties got TVET institutions. 6 counties got TVET institutions. And there is a plan to have every county having a TVET institution.
After 2029, right?
And I'm proud to have served that government.
I said, let me tell you something. And this will be my closing, Glennie. Jackie.
All
right. This is one of the worst talking points we can ever have on the show. Waste of our airtime with Isaac Doe. Our country deserves better. The youth of today, the youth that will come tomorrow, the youth that will be men and women tomorrow. It is important for us to understand.
I agree.
Those matter we are government have destroyed the future of those youth.
Definitely.
We are talking about $31 million. Okay? The Isaac Doe government, through the Ministry of Youth and Sport, cannot give account for. We are talking about $13 million that the president stood up with red suit. He and Zuka Wilson and Isaac Doe and clapping behind him. They raised the first $3 million today. They cannot give account of a dime from that $3 million. For $31 million, Liberia need to hear this. All right. 31 million, Liberia need to hear this, which is so important, right? Only 500, Glendy, as I said, they were able to recruit. 31 million.
What are you talking about?
No.
31 million get to do it 500.
31 million, okay? But the government recruited only 500. That doesn't make any sense. Is that the math we need to look at, Glendy?
So I will not allow you confuse our people today. I will not allow you like you know you will not confuse our people.
And guess what he said, Glendy? He proud to say we added 20.
Yes.
He said it could be 500, but we added 20, so that 520.
Yeah,
guys
for 31 million for 6 years.
Listen, I will end on this, Jackie. They came to steal, they came to kill, and they came to destroy. But Joseph Boakai came to think Liberia, to love Liberia, and to build Liberia. And that's where we are today.
Jackie is in
They came to bring
darkness right now.
I said, I will let this sing with the Liberian people. Your government, the George Manuel government, only came to steal, only came to kill, and only came to destroy. But thank God for Uncle Joe, now President Joseph Yima Boakai, who have come to think Liberia, to love Liberia, and to build Liberia. $31 million. And
you're
happy to say, hey, Jackie, Granny.
Can he love her?
You know, as a doctor, Jackie, the man said, we put that of 20. 31 million. And as a doctor, proud to say, we added 20. Joe, we get extra money, we added 20. 31 million? That 500 youth you're going to talk about? And where are those youth? Where are the accomplishments? Where are the end goals of your program that you brought? We got video. They ran away from Kakata because instead of you guys rehabilitating them, guess what you guys were doing to them? You were abusing the young women that went to that program. You were having sex with the young women there. We have them on video.
How you can talk that kind of thing on the show?
It's bad. I was talking. It's bad.
How you can talk that kind of thing?
Not the young women them. You slept with some of the young women. 3 of them walk, and they came to realize and they were crying, and people had to counsel them and put them in shelter. You want to boast 31 million and only 500 job we are recruited? No, your time finished. Jackie can't talk to us.
No, my time finished.
Isaac,
No.
here's my question. Isaac, here's my question.
Ask the
Did
question.
you all receive?
Don't ask
that
a question,
all
Jackie.
the
You were
$31
getting a
million?
chance to talk. Don't ask a
This is an important question. This is an important question, Isaac. Did you receive a total of $31 million for the youth?
Jackie, you don't know about Ghana. Jackie, you made a man. Jackie, the man got technical problem. You made a man to talk, Jackie. The man already tell you, don't go and ask him question again. That's not how you do this thing, Jackie. The man said 31 million went to the youth program. They gave only 500 names, and they put 20 there. You will go back to the man again and say that you.
I miss Europa.
So, let me answer your question. Do not fall from startup propaganda. You and I know UN and World Bank will never take millions of dollars and give it to you. So nobody gives us 1 million. So the real truth here is the UN does not run a single program. That 31 million agreement with the government is for TVET. The program I'm talking about, it got nothing to do with that.
Can you close the limit what they got to do?
So don't matter.
It was a good show. Yeah, I gotta close because I'm out of lights.
I know you're all alive, Mama.
Thanks to Isaac though, because this area used to have current at least 18 to 20 hours a day. Now, thanks to Isaac though, but we're getting current back very soon.
Yeah, you're being a heat. You're living a heat today.
But I thanks to you. You guys took my transformer away from my community and everything. Anyway, so look, it was a wonderful show today. Very enlightening. Isaac, look up. Next time, let me tell you something. Propaganda, y'all gotta be good at it. You don't take the exact article about George Weah, President Weah, former Weah, and then you go change the wording and then you put President Boyka in there. We all know that news was all over the internet for the 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. So cheap propaganda. But Stanton, thanks for saying that you will bring the healthcare people back next week Saturday, because the healthcare sector is very, very crucial. For those watching now, just mark your calendar for next week Saturday, because the health staff will be back on Spoon TV. And also, just to close, Isaac, please, the next time you come on the show, please explain what you did with that $83 million, because something just not adding up. So clarify that one for us. So thank you so much. Wonderful show. Good night to everybody.
Jackie, we'll see you Monday, yeah? No show tomorrow. Right. We respect our Sunday.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Thank you. Let me say this to Isaac Doe. Nelson, come on. What will do this thing? Let me say this, Minister Doe. Youth development, right? Because you're from the youth and sport. What was your school? Honor Weah administration, youth empowerment. What was your school?
Which school now?
Youth empowerment.
Yeah, when you say school, I don't get it. What do you mean school?
You will get it. You will get it. Don't say you don't get it. I would not help you.
Well, if you ask me on a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 100, which I don't know which school you're talking about. If you're talking about that school, I would tell you I'm around 95, 96.
Go punish you.
So you know what?
Let me say this.
The punishment that rescued girl, she will be in that heat today. No problem coming to her. she will get a chance of rescuing this country.
I say your MCC scope for youth empowerment is what?
I'm not sure if MCC measures that. I think it is embedded in the middle.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't. It is embedded in the middle area.
It's embedded.
I think it should. I'm not quite sure.
You feel.
Put it on the board. Put it here, the board.
So can we bet before I put it up? That's the reason I said, can we bet? I'll put it up.
Yeah, I'll say $100. Put it on the board.
Huh?
I'll say
You give me
$100. Yeah, put it on the board.
You know, working, I can trust you.
I will carry it from one of our sisters.
Yeah, you know, working, I can trust you, but this time if you say something, we can't trust it because it has. So let me pull it up. Let me upload it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me upload it.
Please do.
No, I will. I want the people to see it because it is important for us to do this for the sake of our country. When we talk, let's talk everything, and we talk about youth. I said, though, I get everything here. Look at it. I said, though, listen, though, I just try to.
Don't be showing me phone.
No. I want to show you because I want you to understand how it works.
Put it on the screen.
I will put it up.
The youth space in our country is challenged. You've been told a lot of work needs to be done. I will hope this government will put in a lot. We have always advocated for that. The space is always challenged. We can't tell you that we clamor the ball. Absolutely, we have lots of challenges, though we feel proud with the little stake we've made ahead, and we hope that continues to go. With our Real Last project, with our YOP project, with our YEEP project, with the way we manage the youth, statutory youth groups, where you didn't see Fly, Linsu, any of them protesting in the whole 6 years.
Because you beat them. You beat them.
Oh no! Well, if we had done that, then you have heard noise. And Otan Fly had his first female president ever in his more than 50 years of existence. Like all of those things were the goalposts, though it didn't promise the mark. That's why we are hoping that this government can invest more. And I would say the issue of our Rex youth is very important. We put a lot of work in that, thanks to our UN partners who were with us for the years. And I don't think the Minister of Health should reinvent the wheel. There are already procedures in place. I think she needs to speak with Dr. Zia and some other people from the Ministry of Health that will help her a lot, because we've done a lot of work in that. As we speak, about 3 million is sitting in the account of UN. They only need plans to move on. My understanding is she wants to do an assessment. Well, the UN put money behind an assessment. And like I've said, we carried on an assessment to map all of the youth, the average youth in this country, from Maryland to Grand G. You are muted.
No, I'm saying I'm putting this thing up. I want to share it to everyone that you guys.
Yeah, why are you putting it up?
No. I can't give you too much a chance on the show, as it. I cannot.
But it is important, and that's the reason why.
It is important, but I just cannot give you all the time for you.
I'm home. We can be on the show until tomorrow morning.
Oh, you home?
At least so the UP people can call me. They keep calling me in the night. I can sleep. So when we'll be on the show, nobody will call me.
Who the UP people calling you?
All right. They will know. They were on the show. As soon as the call come, I will show it to you on the phone. Say they call me.
I said you're destroying. But Nelson, where you going? Nelson, though. I said you're destroying our country, though.
That the only talking point you get, destroy our country.
But we're moving forward.
Tomorrow, Friday, I am going to the Unification Park. I will take a video, send it to you for you to see how Liberians appreciate the good things. I will be there with your video.
It will not help, I say.
Well, I know when I help, what do your own?
Unification Park. Listen, our son, man.
It was a poo ground. It was a rocky ground.
I say, our son, man, that have wife and children.
Okay.
Or some woman that have husband and children.
Right.
Unification Park. It's not going to help them if they do not have a job.
I disagree with you.
I say.
I disagree.
Let's have a good conversation without interruption, right?
Okay.
Let me talk and you talk. You disagree with me, but the issue here is that Isaac, how long since you've been away from my sister Annie and the 2 children? Not to be in your personal business, but how long since you've been away from her?
Around 4 or 5 months.
No, don't do that. I say, yes,
So you always want to tell me.
I get the picture. They've been over almost 2 years. When you came here, we went to Florida. You cannot say 4 or 5 months.
No way. Where you got 2 years?
We get the picture, Isaac. You were in Florida. All those times, don't do that. The reason why I'm asking you how long, don't send me text message to be quiet on it. The reason why I'm asking you, you see?
Look at you. Look at you. Now who said you text message?
Nancy, I'm not going to show what they messaged me, right? Let me put it here. Look at the time, Nancy. I don't want to show what they messaged me. And
I'm at 2 hands here.
Nancy, look at the time.
Peace. He said peace, man.
I don't know how to attack this guy.
I'm at 2 hands. All the way in the room.
He said, oh man, lead that thing. He sent me quick message. He said,
Look at it.
oh Lord, Lord help us. They messaged me quick message. He said, oh man, lead that thing. They made me a website 2 some years ago. He said, fireman. The reason why I'm asking Acid though, right?
Yeah.
If you get wife and children, like me, I in the house, let's see. I get my family. Listen, I get my grand picking. That picking see me, he crying. So now he see me, he crying. He won't come to me. I'm telling you, you will not behave the way I say behaving. But I don't know, to each his own. That one I said black me, he said, oh man, don't talk. I said, I'm not talking, you my friend. I'm not talking.
You really
the thing you better want to tell you get up.
So listen now. This service you bring to our Liberian people. When we went to Florida, when we're in Florida, you asked us to go and walk around the park in Florida. In Liberia, you don't want the people to have that same opportunity of going to a park. You see how bad it is? What you want us to do in America, you don't want our children, our brothers, our sisters to enjoy the same here. President, we have replicated America's good in Liberia. You say it is bad. So what we do, when I come very soon, you and I will go, we will not go to the park. We'll go to the Madam house and tell her, start her banned from going to park. Nobody going to park because you say not a good thing in Liberia. It is not okay.
I said, for me, for me, the first thing, thank God, is first. The first thing here in this house is the fact that the children must have roof over their head, food to eat, and a better education. Okay? Park is not a thing. Liberian people need better education, better healthcare system. They need their daily bread. They need roof over their head. They need electricity. Park is a secondary thing. Park is third in line. Park will not improve the life. I say, and you know that. I say, you know that. Park will come later. When the president was doing park here, he should invest, or he should have invested in education, in healthcare system. I'm not saying the park that he built, if that's why he want to be his legacy because he's a playboy, that's fine. Someone that went to school, they want to see the daughter come out as a medical doctor, like we're discussing here. Nurses, physicians, educators. That's what we are talking about, Isaac. Not park. You know who you going? Listen, when you after school program on the weekend like this, I have Stanton Jr., JR and his friend. Friend came over, the late picking, same age, same grade. Guess what? They're playing around, the video game went out there to play basketball. Today is Saturday. That's what you would do. But Monday, you cannot do park. Tuesday, you cannot. Wednesday, you will not. Thursday, you will not. Friday, you will not. Because you know what? It's all about your homework, going to school. It's all about education. It's all about the good thing. Then on the weekend, Saturday, you can go to your park. I say, for the president to take part as a legacy to help Liberia people, that's why we beat you. That's why you win. That's why they say, because you brought the service to the country, you're going and you're gone. Seriously, I say, the president shouldn't have invested in park. Invest in the people. $31 million for youth and sport. You brought 500 people, 500 youth. Some of your youth you brought, that your sister, that your brother, that your family member there. Nobody know the complete 500 youth. That your family for way book on Julie. That's why you cannot give account. The basic $3 million, you can give account of it. So they're facing it, man. So if Joseph Yuma asked me, Stanton, should I build park or should I build clinic? I would say build clinic. Take that $2 million. Build clinic in district number 1. Take that $2 million. Build hospital in Bond County. $4 million can give you a beautiful hospital in one of those districts. Clinical site in one of these districts. Better school. The people will have an everlasting life with a better education. Not you talking about a big park. That park will eat. The park is in darkness. Total darkness is there right now. Why children studying under lantern and candles? Total darkness at the park. I say, let's be serious, my brother. You've been here in America. Your children go to the park every day, I say. Then I will call social service on you. Your children leave school and go to park. Your children setting candy between cars. Then I will call welfare on you. I will call social service on you. You're not sending your children to sell food. I'm not sending my children to sell candy and gum. I am not. What I'm doing is investing in the education. And thank God for the results. That's what Liberian children need. They don't need parks at this time. Have you driven on the road? How many of the 10, 12-year-olds stand between cars to sell cold water and sugar bread? But you left them and you say you build park. This is troubling. This is an embarrassment. And I hope Joseph Yuma Boaka will do the best. And I trust he will. But you worry about he go Ghana and come back. No picture. Yoda had a picture. What did you guys do? Yoda had a picture. What become of you? Yoda had a picture on inauguration day. Your president left. You refused to come back to the country. Yoda took the picture. What blessing you brought to Liberia? Why we stay in stagnation? And you won't put it on President Boaka with 24 days to go. Aze, I love you as a brother and friend, man. I can't wait to see you back in America for us to help our country.
You done now? If you don't, let me go. Huh?
No, if I do the show over, so I finish, you can go now.
Hey, you done? You done? You see how quiet you enjoy yourself. So let's come to the reality of life.
How many people in the park employ, Aze?
Yeah, that you turn now. Listen.
No. Okay, I finish the last question. I come to you. I finish the last. That's the last question only. I promise you. How many people your park employ? How many people right now working at that park? Put the hell up and say, because President we have built a park, we got 50 people working at this park, and we taking salary. How many? I say.
Okay, you finish talking now. You enjoy yourself. You enjoy yourself good. So let me have my 2 minutes. You take 20 minutes, I'll take 2. So I know there will be more than 50 persons employed. I don't have this the record.
Everything you don't have, but you know.
Yeah, it's more than 50. I'm saying I don't have the exact record.
Where?
It's not important. It's not. No.
No. That's it.
Nelson, you see, you give me.
That's it.
So let me tell you.
Nelson, you just said it's not important. No, no,
Let
no,
me
no.
tell you
Isaac,
the reason.
Isaac.
No,
He
I,
just
let me,
said,
give my
he,
turn.
no, ladies and gentlemen, you got to hear Isaac. He just said it is not important.
I
How
said
many
that one I'm
people
going
were
to
in
say. I'm not
power?
talking about
You
it.
say
I want
it's
to
not
respond to
important.
you.
You see,
All
that's
the
the mindset.
innuendos,
That's the
all the
mindset.
pseudo names you were calling, I want to respond to it.
Look what I said the government did to us. Look what I said the government did to us.
Yeah, that's true.
Sugar, are you with us?
Easy, you go to the venue. The thing you tell you put it all
You
that.
deal with real men, with real
Yeah,
everybody.
listen now.
I'm like,
So
bring
let's
Sugar
come,
in. Call Sugar. Sugar, are you with
let's
us?
come to the reality of life. There is a difference between propaganda and life that affect the lives of the people. Let's come to the
Sugar.
one that affect the life of the people.
Let's call Sugar. Ask him if he's ready to come on.
President Weah was so versatile that he went into every sector of the country. I'm not going to end. He went into every sector of Liberia. Liberia's problem is not one. Yes, there are a lot of other problems, but to downplay something that has helped the young people so greatly is a disservice. See, before those parks were built, there was something in Liberia they call Black Friday. Nelson is in studio asking. Every Friday, you will see these little young guys from school, the girls, they will go up Mamba Point on the beaches and do all kinds of things. Smoking, drinking, all kinds of things, they will do it. Since President Weah constructed those parks, Black Friday is a thing of the past. The children now go to Friday and play. I mean, Super Friday. Fine, thank you. Super Friday. The children now go to the park, play basketball, play football, do swimming pool, play tennis, and all kinds of things, which you and I know is important to the mental faculty of people. So when you want to downplay the park, I want to challenge you to ask Mr. Barker to go and break it down. Just the same way you guys said the president was paying tuition fee, wire fee, and not anything, we challenge you to go ahead and take it off. You want to do propaganda, but forget about the real life thing. You talking about President Weah should not talk about park. Let me remind you, when you come to health, though there were challenges, I agree. Maybe you've never heard about the Emory Hospital in Bapolu County. It was President Weah that built it. Maybe you forgot. Maybe you never heard about the Raditown Hospital in Grand Crew County. It was President Weah that built it. Maybe you've never heard about the River G Hospital. It was President Weah that built it. And all other hospitals you see around here. Were there no problems? There were problems. Were there at least accomplishments? Everywhere there were. So when you come here and say park is nothing, ask the president now to go and break it down. If he breaks it down, then we know it's nothing. Or ask UP people not to go there. Every day you see UP people fought there. Nelson Colette was there the other time. Please tell Nelson not to go there. Nelson, your own studio man, he was there. I saw a picture.
You saw me there, get picture?
I saw a picture. UP people there every day, CDC people there, the children enjoying, they appreciate, and you here downplaying it. That's this service to our people. When in America you have your kids, I can go to the park and have fun. My kids do the same, and you don't want the kids in Liberia to have such opportunity. We are not saying there is no need for school. There is. That's why President Weah started the construction of 5 high schools across the country that President Barker said he would build instead of him saying he will complete it. And that has been achieved in Liberia. Let's be proud of that.
The park is a beautiful place, actually.
Oh, very beautiful. Oh, very beautiful. One of the iconic places. Listen, that place was a poo-poo ground. It was a place of armed robbery. That place was a killing park. Today it's been transformed to a modern park. You should clap for it, man. How many people go there every Sunday, Saturdays, and Fridays, even during the week, to have leisure time and have fun? Even former President Sirleaf gave kudos to President Weah. And I think this government should do the same. Now we are looking at what President Barker will do. We know he will not build parks. He will build schools all around the country. He will build hospitals all around the country. No medicine will be shot from hospitals. We hear he will build, the LU will be the best school in Africa or even in America, in the world. Here now, that's a good thing if it happens.
No, the way you talking about the park, I got to visit the park tomorrow.
Mama, you went there, man. Don't let me move your picture.
No
Eh.
picture, no picture for the whole park. You know,
You know that the JMB government wanted to start charging people 300.
to go to the park, but I'm aware that people people pay fees. There are fees that are being paid for those wanting to have game, event, and other activities. So
Those are events, but I'm talking about children going to play, having fun. That President we have built free of charge for the people to have fun, to take off a lot of thinking off their mind, carry kids there. Are you saying the rescue team charging people there to go there now?
no, I'm not aware. I'm not aware.
Please go and verify.
I haven't heard any information as such.
Please go and verify. Please. And if the rescue team would do that, it will be the biggest slap in the face of our young people. After they've criticized it and now they want to use it as a money-making thing, man. President, we have built that for the people. Free. You understand?
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Every night the country dark. Hey, Jesus. Hey, rescue. Why you doing this? Oh, God. You're not rescue here. There is or Jackie there. She in heat.
So the darkness is on the rescue.
The rescue themselves, sorry. Listen, listen. What the name said?
The rescue say you're not being fair if you say the darkness is on them because
no,
they
it's
just
not all of us.
Few weeks ago, right? Rescue just came in a few weeks ago.
My man, by that excuse, by we tired with that excuse, by
They say you're not being fair. It would say,
my man, we tired with that excuse. Every day, 1 month, 2 months, 1 day, we tired with Eva.
No, you see somebody talking about no, I didn't go to the park. I haven't been at the park before. Don't mind Minister Doe. He can get picture for that whole thing there. I'll go.
You went there. Where you going?
I'll go and do some real recording at that park tomorrow, but I haven't been there. So
please go there and bring it to your CEO. Then you see the good.
Anyway, I think our guys are out there now. I see they are coming in from around the old road. Is it old road? No. CEO use the magic button. That song got copyright. That song got copyright. It will damage our system here.
I mean, Facebook will black us back.
No, it ain't got copyright. You see it, man? With mosquito all about it. You see it in our rescue doing
I think that's Old Road. The guys are in Old Road now, somewhere around the Old Road area.
Just look at Liberia. Hey God, what have we done? Hey Allah. Hey Jesus. Look, just imagine this one.
Okay, no, that's along the Matadi era. That place should be Matadi. I don't know as to whether true this year.
So not come Nigeria. Don't be in America, you in Corey, you in AC, you say you can't come here, you say in rescue. You gotta come.
Wow. Jogan.
Yeah, Nelson, are you getting us?
Okay, so yes.
So we're moving along the main Tottenham Boulevard. We are around the Catley Hospital, the avenue here. If you know this avenue, around the former Vice President place. And as you can see on your screen, these lights you are seeing are from residential areas, people that are running their generators, but the community is dark. Even on the main boulevard where we're trying to make our way back on the main road has also been dark. There's no electricity here. So the power supply you see are just individuals who running their own generators.
Is that the resident of former vice president?
Yes, the resident of former vice president, light here.
Okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
that corridor
So
is light up.
yes, only a home, but all the other building here.
The woman got generator or generator on. My man, the country is
The
getting, the
former
country is
vice
going down.
president has generator, but aside from that, all the rest of the homes here are dark, as you can see on the screen. So there are pockets of lights, but these lights are also generator. The generator, you hear the generator in the back. It just passed. So this entire avenue is now making our road on the main Tottenham Boulevard, where you're gonna see.
Okay.
So residents in this community are currently in the dark. In the dark, like we reported last night. So Nelson, this is the main boulevard, except reflection of entertainment centers, reflection from vehicles flying by.
But where is Choco?
You mean the darkness, in the heat.
We are on the main Tottenham Boulevard towards ELW Junction.
Check out. See you look at Liberia. Look at your dear country.
Well, how you left the country, as it though?
See you look at your country.
Move on there, man.
It's very shameful. It's
Yeah, this is one next gas station. Gas station is into the darkness.
Yeah, Choco, what we gonna do? Choco.
Yes, CEO.
All right, you incorporate this into Nelson's show because I know it's late. It's like after 1 a.m. I'm very concerned about your safety. We took forever. So call it short. Monday we'll continue with it, okay?
Okay.
All right, Choco?
All right, see you.
I think on the right hand side of the Nigeria embassy, you pass it by, right?
Yeah, the Nigerian embassy, but I'm trying to find a way that we will get
Have you reached
to
have you reached the
ministerial
Spoon?
complex.
Have you reached the Spoon compound?
No, we almost there.
Let's see whether LEC that run away from Spoon network. So please get there, then we stop there. We're gonna ask it do them do everything to shut down the network and cause problem. So ladies and gentlemen, we wait for Trocon to go to the Spoon network. They play acid do can go every day. I mean, my country is good. People are still on the street. That's nice.
Man, people, look at the country. See a capital city. Hey Allah. See, we were brought this upon ourselves. Oh, we really brought this upon ourselves. Imagine Liberia.
Well, you brought it upon yourself. That's true. For 6 years, this is exactly what
Liberia,
you did.
Yes, there were current problems, but every single day is dark. It was not this way, man. It was never this way. Even the president knows around a rehab resident how it used to be.
Chocon, can you how you call it? Can you go ahead and tell us if you but people on the street, Nelson, cars are moving.
Oh, it is weekend.
Wow.
The way we say I'm jobless, no income, no money, so I can know what the problem. Or I go outside on somebody say, give me father, then I got no father. Why I going for that?
This is good. Oh. This is hope. The people
Where-
are moving freely
Where's the hope?
because people are still on the street. Unlike your government, no one was on the street.
I beg you.
Your government, no one was on the street. Where are you over there? That's the ministerial building.
Ministerial complex.
But it means you probably spoon already. Oh.
Couple
No,
of
he's going
lights.
to
Couple of lights here outside of the ministerial complex.
That darkness too.
The building in the building is dark, but outside you see a couple of lights outside.
Wow. So
But
all
the
that
entire
place
Tottenham Boulevard, the street lights
my man, forget
installed by
about
the
tell us about ministerial complex, but
ministerial complex. There's no electricity in the building. Only
wow.
outside. Only outside. There. This is
Man,
how
I should do that. I should do that to trial control.
Nelson Colette, who is the president of Liberia?
I said do that to trial control.
Yeah, no. Nelson, who the president of Liberia? On whose watch you seen this darkness, this disgrace?
So all the street lights here, all the street lights installed by the former administration, none of the street lights on.
They
You
all
can't
off.
even recognize one of street light here because
This is
the
a
street light
complete
is in
national
darkness.
security issue. That's a complete national security issue. Seriously.
The street light in darkness, so you can't recognize whether there's a street light here.
See Liberia, and we think this is funny. No, this is not funny. This is not funny. The only person that can make this change to light is one and only President Boakai. No one else.
And he will. And he will, Isaac. Thank you for
Well,
acknowledging that.
we keep asking when is their will. Yesterday,
will.
yesterday when they take seat, they are not taking seat yet. They're still waiting. They still up the seat. When are they taking the seat now? 2026.
So go ahead and give us man, just go in the compound. Hurry and reach the spoon now.
We just arrived here at our main gate towards
No,
the Tottenham.
The impact of rescue.
Wait. Trickle.
Yes, you.
No small lad.
All right. Be asking me. You see it there?
Sugar.
Yes, you.
No, Monica gotta go. No small lad to spoon. No. Sugar.
The reflection for the vehicles.
So no small light. The whole place is dying.
Look at Liberia.
This is the gate.
Can you open let's see we get light in? Hey, the bar door and back in.
So
how many dogs you got there, Nelson? How many dogs?
They have 3.
They got 3 now?
No,
No,
2,
they are
rather 2.
Oh. So no small light. Choco.
The vehicle.
But Choco, enter the compound now. Let's see. Enter it, let's see. Maybe we'll get there inside.
No, we have current inside. The generator is on.
I finished. I think they should also change the management of spoon. No lie.
Hey, Liberia. What did you do?
I want to say thank you. Don't listen to Isaac though. Chogo, thank you. Thank Chogo. Y'all have a wonderful. Chogo, where are you? Where is that? Chogo, I think so. We
Someone
got
down
light.
back, bro.
Yeah, but we got light. And that's a compound gate there.
Yeah, this is the bar road.
You see something wrong with the picking up. Enter the compound, let's see. Enter the compound from over there, let's see. I beg you. We got light, Isaac.
This is
Isaac.
the bar road gate.
Light is actually in the building, but around the fence, the
I mean,
light is. No, no street light. Everybody feeling the impact of it. If you voted, you didn't vote. At the end of the day, all of us are feeling it. It is not let me or this Jackie alone. Everybody feeling it.
But Nancy, tell the security to go open it now. They got them sleeping. Isaac, we get light, man. No in there, Isaac.
your generator on, you won't be asking. Also, your fuel price went down, eh? From
So we got light.
Isaac, we get light.
Yeah, that you get light, but the people in
we got light.
West Point, Douala, Pinsville, everywhere they get light. You see the suffering you put the people in. You get light. You put the people in.
You are lying. You are lying. They made to swear the whole thing.
No, that's true. That's true. You advocated for the people to be in darkness while you are in light. You see?
Don't mind man. The man I just messed up, man. We got light. We got light from outside. But you know what, though? A beautiful show, man. Let's go. It's time to go. I want to be grateful to everyone. I say thank you very much. Thanks to Glennie. Thanks to Dr. Richard Singh. To Jackie McKay. To Richard Cohn. To Dr. Sakamano. Dr. Sa actually, man, she's a wonderful person. A unique person, by the way. She's very brilliant. I want to say thanks to her. We recognize everyone joining us, and I want to say thanks to you, Nelson, Chokon, and the rest of the team. So we'll meet you again on Monday. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country, the leadership, and a couple of things that you have to remember. President, we are government came in to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But thank God that we have the Joseph Human Barker government. 24 days into this government, the government came in for you to think Liberia, to love Liberia, and to build Liberia. We will hold the president to these promises, this hope for a better nation. Whether you're sedition or non-sedition, whether you're from Unity Party or not, whether you're from any party, we are all Liberians, and together we will make Liberia better. So we say thank you. Have a good night till we meet again. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our dear country and the leadership. Have a good night. Minister Doe, good night. I know you called me.
Well, folks, that's how I would like to end up for today. We want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here with us again on another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to you who just played the listening role via maybe one of the radio frequencies we've been broadcasting through. Whether Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, or maybe you've been following on the relay on other radio stations across the country that are always relaying this program. We appreciate you. Thanks to our online audience, all of you on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate you for being here. My name is Nelson Colette. We'll come your way again. Thanks to all of you for being here with us. Thanks to the team as well that's been out there. Chokon Flaman, Prince Hammond, Gibson Zai, and of course Sylvester Chope, making sure that we get the feuds from out there. So we'll come your way again. Have a good night. Liberia is all we have. So let's remember to keep the peace. Have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon is coming up. I'll be here with the rest of the team, and it's gonna be a great show. You don't want to miss that. Till we come your way. Have a good night, and bye bye.
To get your